Chapter 1463 An Act of Kindness. The umbrella released a rainbow that pierced through the light golden barrier, heading directly to the trial. The remaining people's hearts shook as this attack was enough to annihilate everybody present, Wang Wei included. A few people immediately ran away, but Wang Wei and a few others did not believe the trial would fail so easily. 9 lights rushed into the sky, followed by the appearance of 9 spirits. Sir Lu was in the front, followed by the Tao spirit sitting on his scroll, the Bat spirit with his armor, the Soul spirit who was transparent, the Heart spirit who was a metallic elemental creature, the Luck spirit who was a small golden dragon, the Tribulation spirit who had lightning for eyes, the Essence spirit who was muscular and red skin, and lastly, the Life spirit who wore a dress made from tree branches and flowers as a crown. Each spirit released a golden light, reinforcing the golden barrier and rendering the attack useless. The 5 artifacts trembled as they released more power, but it appeared they were outmatched. Everyone waited with bated breath, wondering whether the tide had shifted. However, confrontations on this level are rarely simple. Ji Jingjing, the true participant of the Heart Desire Palace and the Umbrella's controller, chanted an incantation, and the others followed. The 5 transcendent artifacts started resonating with each other to combine their attacks. The other artifacts stopped attacking individually, and the rainbow beam released from the umbrella increased its intensity. Things are not looking good for the trial, Wang Wei thought, and he was not just stating the obvious. This sudden change is proof that these transcendent factions have been planning this event together, meaning they will cooperate to achieve their objective before dividing the trial like a piece of pie. No time to hesitate, the battle spirit yelled, and Sir Lu nodded. A loud explosion occurred in the second hunting area, and all the bestowal creatures died violently before turning into a beam of light that rushed to the barrier. The second hunting area rapidly shrunk until there was nothing left. Ji Jingjing, who was more beautiful in her man clothes, calmly looked at the situation. She frowned slightly. It seems we alone can't handle the situation. Although she looked calm, she and the other artifact users were under enormous pressure. Their souls were literally screaming, due to the effect of using such potent transcendent artifacts. Ji Jingjing raised her head to look in the distance. Since there is no response, we can push things to the next level. She summoned a token and crushed it. 5 powerful eyes or entities descended on the trial as soon as she finished. Bai Longsheng and his people recognized one of them since it was Ji Liuyu. And Wang Wei recognized one more person, Old Man Tianji. These 5 entities, who can be considered higher conceptual beings, looked at the trial, and with one gaze, the barrier crumbled. Terrifying pressure spread through every corner of the trial, and everybody on the ground, except Bai Longsheng, exploded into a blood pool and lived in the form of consciousness. A creaking sound echoed between heaven and earth from the trial, sounding more like a painful scream. Sir Lu looked at everything with gritted teeth before yelling, "Lord, are you going to let us be destroyed?" The atmosphere immediately shifted. It was as if these transcendent beings stopped holding their breath, forcing the space-time continuum in their surroundings to stop working. A pair of golden eyes that embody all truths in the universe manifested on the opposite of the 5. "Little boy Ji, I don't appreciate having to see your face twice in a few seconds," the Heaven Cardinal uttered. Ji Liuyu calmly looked at him without responding. "What? Have you become cocky because of your little friends?" The Heaven Cardinal sneered, not hiding his disdain for the 5 transcendent beings. "Respected Cardinal, we have not broken the rules," Old Man Tianji said. "Do you think the rules can restrict me?" "Can't they not?" responded one of the eyes that contained a sharpness to it. "You ants are getting more arrogant without knowing your weight," Heaven Cardinal said as he glanced at the eye. Far in the distance, a swordsman sat atop a mountain of swords in a world called the Raising King World. He suddenly opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He shook his head before closing them again. His eyes remained as determined and defiant when glancing at the Cardinal. The Heaven Cardinal sneered, ignoring those defiant eyes. To him, this was nothing but the bark of a dog trying to hide its fear. His gaze shifted to Sir Lu and the trial. "Lord, please save us. Technically speaking, the heaven and earth wonders are under my jurisdiction and should help you," the Cardinal said. "However, You lost all your rights when you chose not to report the birth of the trial's new consciousness. Lord, it's not. You don't have to explain yourself. The cardinal cut him off. You felt a sense of connection to it, and thought this was your chance at a new life. As creatures with sentience and intelligence, it's understandable why you made this choice. However, you must live with the consequences. We are willing to continue serving you, Sir Lu responded with gritted teeth. Even if it means the main mind is enslaved, I just hope you don't let it fall into these people's hands. It's truly fascinating, the Heaven Cardinal uttered. Fei was known for her kindness during her time, especially for her spirit. Years later, even after her death, a new mind born from the remnants of her memories can use that kindness to affect you to this level. After hearing the word Fei, Sir Lu and the other spirits felt a profound sadness. They did not know its source, but the feeling was so intense that it almost crushed their minds. Lord! The spirit yelled with tears in their eyes. What about your work? You are not as important as you think, the cardinal said. Plus, your fate has long been determined in the grand design. We will do anything. All right, my decision is final, the Heaven Cardinal replied calmly. However, I'm not completely heartless. The cardinal is in charge of creating chaos worlds and establishing orders, so he has seen countless times the influence one life can have on an entire world, let alone a race. The cardinal looked at the five eyes. You cannot directly interfere in this matter. He shifted to the still floating Bai Longsheng. The same goes for your mansion. Bai Longsheng bowed politely. As you wish. The cardinal took one aside look at Wang Wei's conscious state without anyone noticing before disappearing from sight. The other eyes looked at each other, secretly communicating. The cardinal words have many implications, insinuations, or hints. They must communicate how to proceed. The spirits controlled their emotions before opening a portal to an unknown location. The transcendents reacted swiftly as they came up with a plan. Then, under their orders, Ji Jinjing and the others took out their artifacts and opened another portal to follow. Wang Wei's body condensed again, and he exhaled deeply. Fellow Taoist, do you want me to take you? Wang Wei looked in the distance to see Bai Longsheng approaching with a gentle smile. Thank you for the offer, but I have my own way. Are you sure? The inner core of this trial is not something anyone can get into. I understand that, but there is no need. As you wish. Bai Longsheng smiled before leaving. He gathered his people and disappeared from sight into another portal. Bai Longsheng was correct, as ordinary means could not grant entry into this place. However, Wang Wei had two means of entry. The first was the fact he tasked Red Mask to infiltrate his spirit particles into one of the Transcendent faction members. The second was the fact this trial was technically a living creature. Wang Wei planned to observe the trial's existence, to find an entry point. Under normal circumstances, this might not work, but his chances were high, given the creature was severely injured. Has Cong taken action? Wang Wei thought when he sensed the formation activation and spatial ripple from the distance. It seems Red Mask has secretly helped him. That's good since I don't have to take action. Wang Wei activated his technique, trying to take this opportunity to glance at the core of a transcendent being. However, not even a second had passed when a menacing figure appeared before him. He calmly looked at this red-skinned man whose head was constantly twitching and sighed deeply. His past was catching up to him. Sadly, this was not the time, but that decision was not up to him. Who are you and why are you blocking me? Wang Wei asked despite having guessed the answer. The red man chuckled, but his voice had no humor, only endless hatred and anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1464. A Blast from the Past. You don't recognize me? Well, of course you don't, the red-skinned man uttered. You killed everybody I love and care for, but then you get to reincarnate like nothing happened, living a life of happiness and great success. I have killed many and ruined many people's lives, so you have to be more specific, Wang Wei replied. Hee hee, the red-skinned man chuckled a second time. My name is No was Dong and the N is written with the character for being peaceful. My father named me as such because that is all he wanted for my life, and he ensured that. The red-skinned man's eyes turned a shade of black that would make Vantablack look like the shunning sun. My world, aptly named True Serenity, was a small chaos world that gave birth to only one paragon every few billion yuan epochs. My father fought desperately for that position, becoming our world's protector. He fulfilled his oath to my mother by giving me a peaceful life. Dongan gritted his teeth. But everything changed when you invaded. I still remember that day. My father's desperate plea for me to run away. The scream of my people as you destroy their flesh to absorb their soul. My fiancée's last scream as you took her away. The scream of my world's heavenly Tao as you tore it apart. I remember everything. Wang Wei groaned softly as he massaged his temple. Would it help if I told you I was not in the right mind and acting purely on instinct? Do you see my skin? Do you know why it's red? Dongan asked. Before I died, I made an oath that I would kill you no matter the price. The oath resulted in the blood of my world staining my skin red. I've been through countless reincarnations, and two things have remained constant. My skin color and my hatred for you. Wang Wei sighed. He knew it wouldn't work, but he had to try. Listen, Dongan, you don't have to do this. You don't have to let the anger and hatred consume you. The name is Serenity's ghost, Dongan rebutted. And I will have my vengeance. Swish. He appeared in front of Wang Wei and punched him, releasing a jet of dark red flame. Karmic flame? Wang Wei thought as he calmly invaded the attack. Is his Tao a muted flame Tao that combines a small portion of karma? Dongan did not stop with one attack, but a barrage of punches. Listen to me, Wang Wei said as he evaded. He moved his body to the side, and Dong An's flaming foot past him. There is a way to see your father and world again. Wang Wei's words did not help as he wanted, but instead drove Dong into an even higher level of madness. Dongan condensed two lightning bolts and threw them. Wang Wei tried to evade, but they followed him everywhere. So he punched them away. Dongan appeared beside him with a ferocious attack. Fist of Justice. A golden light enveloped him, trying to purify him of all his past wrongdoings. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's Tao heart was harder than steel, meaning even if he felt some guilt for his actions, they were not enough to affect him in any shape or form. It also helped that he had complete control over his karma, and this attack could not judge him based on that. So you are still the ruthless man who massacred my world, Dongan sneered. Wang Wei resisted the urge to counter that there was no way Dongan could have become a paragon without stepping on the lives of countless others. You're a paragon now, meaning you can travel through the infinite trichiliocosm, Wang Wei stated. Find a timeline where your world was not destroyed, and your family is still alive. Dong An's body visibly paused. He had never thought of this approach. No, in his long life, he never thought he could regain what he had lost. Driven by his hatred and desire for vengeance, he focused all his thoughts and emotions on finding the man responsible for the greatest tragedy of his life. As he mulled over Wang Wei's words, his facial expression and eyes conveyed a look of longing. Then, a tiny smile crept into the corner of his mouth for the first time in countless yuan epochs. Dongan sighed before shaking his head. I'm glad you reminded me that there is a version of me out there who does not share my tragic fate. However, his family, fiancé, and world are not mine. Even if Dongan followed through with this plan, what then? Would he have to kill his other self and take his place? Assuming he was ruthless enough to do so, could he bear it once his father and fiancé find out? Could he bear to inflict the pain of losing a loved one on them? Dongan knew that pain, and he would never do such a thing to his father. Even if it's an alternate version. Okay, you don't like this plan, Wang Wei uttered. But there are other ways. You say these powerful entities that showed up? As long as you can reach their level, reviving your family and world is only a matter of snapping your finger. You don't have to say any more, Dongan stated. Today is your death day, and nothing you can say will change that fact. So that's it? I've offered you hope and a solution to end your suffering. And your response is to choose your vendetta. On that day, Dongan, the lazy and underachiever prince loved by his people, died, and the ghost of serenity was born. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, and he saw a man sustained only by the desire for revenge. He could deduce that Dongan, no Serenity's ghost, would probably end his life after killing him. I understand. I'll free you from your misery. I'll be free once you're dead. Serenity's ghost moved his body to attack, but Wang Wei was faster than him. Before he could react, Wang Wei appeared before him and put a large hole through his chest. However, this attack was instantly proved useless. His well-trained true will was instantly removed by another will, and his enemy regenerated. As I thought, Wang Wei contemplated. The obsession of many people who died in the true serenity world fused with him. This information had significant implications as it revealed Serenity's ghost had achieved a form of true immortality. Wang Wei reckoned the latter would still be alive even if he found his time mark and killed his past self. The obsession of the people of the true serenity world will not allow him to die until he fulfills his oath. Wang Wei casually used his palm to block a breath beam attack, before attacking Serenity's ghost on the left side of his pec. His true will worked on a micro level, attacking a tiny and specific area, causing the latter's heart to explode. Serenity's ghost had a cultivation of third heaven, and a body refining level of Elder Fiend God fifth heaven. However, for some reasons, maybe because he was in a rush to cultivate a mutation of his body due to all the obsession, or because he did not care, the latter did not cultivate limit indestructibility, meaning after becoming an inextinguishable paragon, he had at least 12 flaws. Wang Wei only discovered 9 flaws, which could be because Serenity's ghost had already fixed 3 or his senses were not enough to find the others in this short period. But regardless, his attack on the flaw was to test something. Under normal circumstances, once a body refiner's flaw is attacked, that part becomes permanently injured, a weakness that must be healed with high-level resources. More importantly, their willpower will be reduced, making breaking their will immortality and killing them easier. The obsession will not only keep him alive but also keep him in top fighting shape. Wang Wei analyzed as the flawed wound that should not be regenerated returned to normal as if nothing had happened. This is annoying, Wang Wei thought. Although he was vastly stronger than his opponent, this meant nothing if he could not kill him. Which of the future wife seals is best for obsessions? Wang Wei planned as he evaded the upcoming attack. He has been researching obsession by studying the Grand Mist Gang Lord, but his results so far were nothing compared to his wife's library. Wang Wei stopped evading the attack, preparing to go on the offense to secretly implant the sealing runes. However, as soon as his kick hit, it bounced and returned on him with even more power, forcing him to use his force control skill to unload most of the attack's force. What goes around comes around, Wang Wei thought. So his Tao is retribution. Quite fitting for an Avenger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1465 Inevitable Fate. Wang Wei quickly came up with a plan for the situation and executed it. He condensed his Proving Tao artifact into a whip before teleporting before his opponent and whipping him. The Serenity's ghost's face contorted in pain as this whip affected him in a way he had never experienced before. What have you done? Wang Wei frowned as he observed. The effect was not as potent as he wanted. The Serenity's ghost released a tornado of flames of retribution, but Wang Wei's bolstered defenses rendered this attack useless. Instead, he continued whipping the enemy with his Whip of Freedom. His purpose was to free Dongan from his obsession, thus separating all these souls/spirits from his body. Unfortunately for him, in this chaos universe, obsession was a power that defied common sense, and most means of purification were useless to them. Of course, Wang Wei did not stop despite the subpar results. This was a good opportunity to understand this power and gather more data. The Serenity's ghost roared in agony and anger before going on the offensive. Mortal retribution. His eyes suddenly turned golden and illusory, and before Wang Wei could react, he received a spiritual attack. Wang Wei found himself before a towering and intimidating figure dressed in all black. The figure looked at him. How do you plead? Plead for what? For all the atrocities you've committed. The figure reported before showing him a display of all the crimes he had committed in his life. Is this a joke? Wang Wei asked. You think I would joke about something so serious? I thought we had already established I had no remorse for my actions, Wang Wei asked. So you admit you're someone without any morals? I thought that was very clear, Wang Wei rebutted. His desire for freedom was absolute, meaning he wanted to transcend morality. In other words, this was a fancy way of saying that the difference between him and the worst of society was his whim. He believed in no gods for his morality, cared for no societal rules, and had absolute control of his empathy, meaning his mortality was more logical than emotional. You scum of the world! The judge-like figure roared before a blinding light descended on Wang Wei. However, the thing was worthless, and his spirit returned to his body. He opened his eyes to Serenity's ghost regenerating his fist and understood what happened. The latter had attacked him while the other technique worked. Unfortunately, he could not bypass Wang Wei's first layer of defense that he created based on his skin-flesh ability. An innate magnetic shield once protected his skin, and now Wang Wei recreated it with an innate emptiness shield. Anyone who attacks him will not only have to destroy that protective layer, but also have to fight against the erasure of the power of nothingness. When Serenity's ghost punched him, he lost his fist without even putting a dent in his protection. Liberation of idea. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a pillar of light that bombarded Serenity's ghost. The latter screamed as a force was constantly trying to force him to abandon his grudge and vendetta, but the obsession in his body would never accept this outcome. Serenity's ghost fought back with his own technique. Society retribution. Cultivators had rules and laws they had to follow, and their primary difference from mortals was that they did not hold each other accountable. It was Heavenly Tao's job to keep them in check. So, with this technique, Serenity's ghost essentially summoned the power of the law to punish Wang Wei. Divine punishment. Wang Wei thought as he looked at the dark clouds above. Should I use this opportunity to remove more of my fate seed status? However, he immediately abandoned this idea since that thunder was not enough. Additionally, it was not the time to be doing something like that. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. He had plenty of ways to deal with this attack, with the easiest being using his freedom Tao to escape all punishments or laws placed on him. However, he had a better idea. Boom! The lightning bolt descended from the sky, and Wang Wei fought it. He screamed in agony as the thunder scorched his body, burned his soul, and sundered his mind. A massive yin-yang symbol materialized above his head to protect himself, but it was useless. Wang Wei's screams echoed between heaven and earth. Yes, 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 Serenity's ghost said. This beautiful sound of pure agony. I have been waiting so long to hear it. He waved his hand to cast another spell. Pain penalty. Wang Wei's lips secretly twitched. For all his life, he has been the one who increased people's pain, not the other way around. Regardless, since he was performing, he had to make it believable. So his voice increased by a few octaves, and his body started twitching uncontrollably in certain places. Serenity's ghost was not finished, as he added a few more penalties to Wang Wei, ensuring he suffered to the fullest extent. By the time he stopped, Wang Wei wasn't wholly acting as the pain had reached the threshold of his willpower. You might be an amoral piece of shit who thought no laws could judge you, but you were wrong, Serenity's ghost said as he approached. There is justice in the world, and retribution always comes for people like yourself. Wang Wei knelt on the ground with his black and white robe tattered and his hair disheveled. He glanced at his enemy with hatred, anger, and regret. Is that regret I sensed? What? Regret what you've done? I regret I didn't kill all of you, Wang Wei answered with gritted teeth. Good, 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 Serenity's ghost uttered. My greatest fear is you would be a coward that asked for mercy, that begged for his life. It would be too disappointing if you were this weak-willed. Serenity's ghost smiled before holding Wang Wei by the neck. He cast the technique, Divine Retribution, Life Absorption. All energy and power from Wang Wei's body left his body, turning his potent fleshly body into skin and bone. I am so glad I came to this trial. Otherwise, killing you would have been a pain, Serenity's ghost said. The rules of the trial still applied to them, meaning dying here was permanent death. In all his life, this was the first time Serenity's ghost became a paragon, so he had never trained his chronospirit battle skills. It's almost as if destiny had been waiting for your demise. Serenity's ghost continued with a gentle smile. Now then, enough with the chit-chat. He crushed Wang Wei's body and soul. As he watched the remains turn into dust scattered in the void, a single tear dropped from Dong An's right eye. "It's finally over," he muttered. "Father, Finger, everyone, I can finally join you." An intense aura emanated from Dong An's body to release myriad black floating faces. "So it's over?" "It appears so." "Meaning we are free?" "Yes." "Does anyone feel something is wrong?" "What do you mean?" "It felt too easy. Or maybe we missed something." "You think he is faking his death?" "I just checked. His Tao imprint is gone. All his karma is gone. I can't sense his name in the book of life and death. His fate has been severed." "You're worrying too much. It's obvious that he's gone." "You guys are right. It seems like I worry too much." "You've always been like this." "Boy Dongan, are you sure you want to do this?" "There is no point in convincing me," Dongan answered. "This has always been the plan." "But that bastard had a point. Maybe you can see everybody again." "Yes, we might be done, but it doesn't have to be the same for you." Dongan shook his head. He had died that day, and his current self was only the shelf, the embodiment of his desire for revenge. So he took one last look at these obsessions. "Thank you for accompanying me all this time. You made the journey less lonely." 904 Dongan truly smiled for the first time in probably hundreds of millions of yuan epochs before destroying his vitality and soul. Unlike his first death, or the countless others, this one was peaceful, and Dongan died with a smile on his face. "Do you think we did something wrong?" someone asked. "No, we did not. We were born for only one reason. Our objective must be accomplished no matter the price paid." "You're right. All right, it's time to end this wretched existence." As the obsession disappeared, a gravitational force pulled them into one place, which soon revealed to be an orb in Wang Wei's palm. PHH, that was exhausting. He went above and beyond to fake his death. First, he found the flaw in Dong An's soul to weave the illusion before hiding himself with the Heaven Deception Array. Then he had to remove his Tao imprint and hide it with the same array. He used his fate Tao to change his fate to being dead, hid all his karmic lines, and even used his death Tao to make it even more believable. The sect must be freaking out, Wang Wei thought. During this deception, his soul flame should have been extinguished. Even worse, people with deep karma with him should have felt he was dead, including his future wife locked in the dark truth. "Let's hope she won't blame me after finding the truth." Wang Wei smiled. Although he went to extreme lengths, it was worth it because of the gain. He looked at the orb and muttered, "Your obsession is to kill me. But what if I could change that obsession to keep me alive?" Dong An's immortality was something worth all that hassle. Although Wang Wei did not know whether he would succeed, it was worth trying. "I'm already late, so let's hurry." He immediately started checking this creature's existence. However, Wang Wei was immediately confused. The blueprint already looked like the nonsense graffiti of a toddler, so he usually used his body as a reference to examine people. However, he realized this aspect was almost useless for this creature since their life level was on another scale. "It's like a two-dimensional life form trying to understand a three-dimensional creature," Wang Wei complained. For now he could only memorize this thing for later use. As for the inner core area, he had to try another approach. He used the spirit particle that was already inside to find the area in the blueprint to correspond to the inner dimension of this place. Luckily, his space Tao was high enough, so he soon found what he sought. Wang Wei did not enter with his actual body, but sent a puppet controlled by his spirit particle. Let's hope I'm not too late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1466. The inner core. Wang Wei was about to close his eyes to share senses with the clone when he sensed something, so he looked in the distance. His eyes did not just see the void with cracks. Instead, his spatial sense saw a large sphere surrounded by smaller cubes. All personal dimensions are blocked? That's good news for Cong, he thought. The sphere was the internal dimension of the trial's creature, and the surrounding cubes were the space ring/personal dimension of the people who entered. The factions that took Huafeng Huang, and the other sealed them before locking them in their personal dimension or space-related artifacts. Normally, breaking into these dimensions is extremely arduous, but Cong succeeded. First, he used a variant of a void-breaking array combined with his transformation Dao. The array can analyze a space and transform or adapt to the correct properties to ensure maximum space-tearing capabilities. However, that was not enough. Emperor Cong took a page out of Wang Bo's book and used a ceremony. Ceremony is a unique form of magic that some consider a subcategory of array. While arrays are better at utilizing the power of concrete Daos like the 5 elements, yin-yang and space-time, ceremonies are better when using non-concrete Daos like commerce, friendship, or loyalty. Of course, the primary use of ceremony Dao was to communicate with higher and unknown entities to use their powers. Emperor Cong used the history lock in his ceremony to levy the power of heavenly Dao to help him break through these dimensions to save these people. His idea was ingenious, and with the chaos outside, the rescue operation proceeded smoothly when he saved Huafeng Huang, Ao Shun, and Zhen Biyu. However, a problem occurred when he tried to save Jian Wushuang. Cong got greedy and tried to take something in the personal dimension, which triggered a warning system. Soon, a swordsman appeared, and they started battling each other. His strength has reached 100%, but his boost is only 6-fold, Wang Bo analyzed. Emperor Cong's cultivation was 94%, and with the 6-fold increase, he also reached the peak of the Paragon realm, but he was still at the bottom, even worse than Wang Bo. His opponent is way stronger than him, especially since he is a pure swordsman with the highest attack potency, Wang Bo thought. However, Cong's transformation Dao, in combination with his superb mastery of array Dao, provides him with great versatility. However, his greatest advantage is that his opponent is an extreme path swordsman with a weak body while he is a body refiner that has reached Elder Fiend God's 5th level. If Cong plays his card correctly, he should win this battle. Of course, his opponent looked like someone with ample experience, so the latter should know his weakness and how to deal with body refiners. However, Wang Bo will still bet on Cong for a simple reason: luck. The only issue is how fast this battle will last. It has been more common for battles at the peak of the Paragon realm to last years, even in Yuan epochs. It's also possible for them to end in seconds, forming two extremes to show the vast difference between two individuals' peaks. Forget him for now, Wang Bo thought before closing his eyes to focus on the clone inside. As soon as Wang Bo entered the portal, he sensed grave danger, and his body moved instinctively. However, when he checked his previous location, he saw nothing. Then, his senses went on overdrive as everywhere indicated danger. Wang Bo turned into a gray light as he moved around with unparalleled speed. What's going on? He thought, observing everything closely. He used all observation abilities before noticing this room did not contain some invisible entities, but creatures so small they could be described as quantum size. Well, that's embarrassing, Wang Bo thought. He hadn't yet weaponized his quantum virus for use at a higher level, but he met an opponent who already had. He shook his head as he flew away. He sensed the spirit participle attached to the people ahead and flew in that direction. Wang Bo stopped at an intersection in another area. He observed a profound darkness in the distance, which was not his primary concern. He saw two bodies floating in the void. It seems they floated from that area. Wang Bo looked at them. And their faces, it looked like they saw some kind of horror. He frowned and hesitated briefly before moving ahead. The silence was eerie as Wang Bo immediately sensed someone watching him. The constant whispers he could not remove from his mind did not help. Wang Bo did not say much and continued his flight. Something attacked him but was repelled by his innate emptiness shield. However, he still did not detect the attacker with his senses or reaction time. This is annoying, he complained before rushing with an even greater haste. He faced numerous attacks, but all of them were useless. However, midway through his journey, he sensed something was wrong and increased his focus. He looked down at his arm, and numerous pieces of his flesh were missing. The creepy part was this was self-immolation, meaning he did it to himself. My senses are duller than normal, and the influences of the whispers are subtle and almost undetectable, he calmly analyzed before increasing his speed. By the time he reached the third area, he had even more self-immolated injuries. This is a defense mechanism, he analyzed. The trial creature does not want anyone to reach its core, so these measures are to kill all intruders like a human's immune system. There should be more people dead in that black area, but Wang Wei could not notice it because of the circumstances. I'm also lucky because the creature should now be focused on the vanguard. If he had not delayed, the intensity of the previous areas would have been drastically higher, and he may not have been able to pass. Wang Wei flew into the third area and saw nothing but an endless white and black space. The concept of color seemed to have been absent in this area. He instantly raised his alert to the highest level. Then this area mechanism materialized. A group of black and white humanoid crickets with 4 arms and holding spears materialized. Wang Wei's expression immediately turned ugly. The leading cricket man had a terrifying aura that he was slightly similar to a primal paragon. Additionally, all the hundreds of crickets behind all had peak paragon strength. But that was not even the worst part. His senses told him an even more terrifying being was hiding in the shadows, waiting to appear. Wang Wei did not hesitate to activate his nothingness wheel, to enter an intangible state. Now that he had reached the emptiness stage of his nothingness technique, he could remain intangible for an extended period and survive even more potent attacks. He flew to the area, and a bombardment of attacks reached him. Wang Wei made the wisest choice and focused on evading the ones from the primal ant, and ignoring the others. However, one of them hit him. Damn it, based on this situation, only 5 attacks are needed to break me out of my state. The clone had 99% of his strength, meaning this data was not so far from his actual body. He knew the difference between peak and primal was vast, but now he had a small taste. Wang Wei activated his ancestors' evading technique. Although his Tao did not allow him to use this technique to the fullest of its capabilities, it boosted his evading abilities immensely for this escape. And just as he was about to enter the next area, a sense of doom overwhelmed him. Wang Wei was decisive as he blew up his body, using the force from the explosion to push his soul to the next area. And even after entering, he did not stop flying in case the enemy followed him. This area was odd. Numerous debris scattered in all directions, and they seemed to be lagging. One moment, they looked normal. The next second, they disappeared. Then they appeared to have aged by 1,000,000 years, or they suddenly charged into black and white. Additionally, Wang Wei sensed a few different transcendent auras. These people had enough of this area and used their transcendent artifact to obliterate this area. Wang Wei analyzed. Such news was great for him, as that meant less trouble. It should not be far. He sensed his spirit was closed and rushed to the next area. He did not immediately enter but used his nothingness wheel a second time to enter an intangible and invisible mode. Nothingness was invisible in the first place, so he only needed to copy that characteristic. Then he entered the next area. Wang Wei sensed he passed through a film before reaching the true inner core of this creature. The first thing he heard was the sounds of roaring, fighting, and chains clinking, so he looked at the source. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1467 The Hinted Solution. 1467 The Hinted Solution. Wang Wei's first order of business was to secretly recover his spirit particle and read the memories of the voyage. The initial host of the particle died, so it had to sneakily find a new host to ensure it could reach the inner core. And once inside, it had to stay out of the way to hide its presence. Once he retrieved it, Wang Wei glanced toward these people. A white deer more than 5 meters tall with purple horns and a purple crystal on its forehead stood at the center, with chains all over its body. It fought desperately, but the chains, which were attached to the transcendent artifacts, were unbreakable. Ji Jingjing and her people formed a circle around the creature. Meanwhile, Sir Lu and the other spirits floated in the sky, hurling attacks at the aggressor, trying to stop them. This should be the new consciousness, Wang Wei thought as he glanced at the deer. The creature's eyes were confused and panicked as it tried to fight for its life. However, the way it moved indicated it was a new life and had little to no experience. What kind eyes? Wang Wei commented. As he glanced at the creature's eyes, he felt a strong desire for protection. It was as if this creature was his child, and Wang Wei had a motherly instinct to protect it. He had to steel his mind to regain his bearing and observe impartially. Madman Chu told me every creature from the Genesis Age had their own power capable of breaking the rules of the current era. Wang Wei thought as he focused intently, trying to feel the power of this creature. He sensed an old, archaic power with a similar origin to the Grand Tao source, but utterly different in its essence. The power of nurturing, Wang Wei thought. This creature can nurture all things. That's why it can help people reach a higher level. It nurtures the body, soul, mind, and even comprehension of law. The heaven and earth wonder that Emperor Cong used had time-related powers. The one from the Golden Era had a birthing power or a subcategory of yin-yang, and this trial had the concept of nurturing. And even if there is no such thing as transcendent herbs that can help them reach a higher level, some of these factions should have used flawed abilities from the ultimate taboo. They should definitely be able to refine a transcendent herb that helped them become true half-step transcendent. Wang Wei analyzed. This revelation meant he could not allow them to take away this creature. If these people become more powerful, then it will be easier once they try to invade the eternal ascension world in the upcoming catastrophe. There is also the fact that Wang Wei also wanted to use this power for himself one day. The issue is, how should I help? A direct intervention was out of the question. But Wang Wei believed there was something he could do to solve the current situation. Have they noticed me? Princess, there is a problem. Qingjie, what do you mean by that? Ji Jingjing asked through divine sense. Everything was proceeding accordingly. Then, out of nowhere, the fate of this creature became uncertain. Qingjie replied as he pushed the power of the pagoda to the limit. Ji Jingjing frowned. Qingjie was one of the heirs of the stargazing pavilion, even escaping the burden of the old man Tianji name. So if he said something was wrong, then something was wrong. Do you think Bai Longxing finally decided to act? She asked. All signs show he will only act if we fail, Qingjie replied. Then what is the source of this anomaly? Monk Damadina asked as he controlled the golden prayer beads. I don't know. Do you think there is an intruder? The Supreme Thrust Paragon asked. Someone who came after Bai Longxing. I didn't detect anything. Monk Damadina replied as he activated his mind-eye technique to scan the area. Unfortunately, there was nothing in sight. Qingjie, can't you divine or calculate anything? Asked the fifth member. An odd-looking man wearing a tattered black robe and bandages that covered every inch of his body. Everyone called Death's Breath. All I see is this all-encompassing nothingness. Qingjie replied in a strange voice. It's vast, beautiful, and the place all things, including all Daos, will eventually return to. I can feel its embrace. It's calling me. I must return. It is where we come from, and where we will return. Bang! His pagoda trembled, releasing a slight light that instantly woke him from his strange daze. Damn it, Qingjie said with gritted teeth, angered for many reasons. His divination failed, and he was embarrassed by his peers. A deep fear flashed in his eyes before he exhaled to control his emotions. Are you all right? Monk Damadina asked. I'm fine, Qingjie replied bluntly. Whoever the intruder is, he has mastered a profound counter-divination method. Do you think it's someone from the all-seeing temple? Death Breath asked. Are you insulting me? Qingjie asked. You might look down on their temple, but you should not ignore the fact they have some extraordinary means. I know the temple's means, and it's not them. The others looked at him, but no one believed him. Qingjie can act out his disdain and prejudice against the all-seeing temple, and they would not make such a mistake. Regardless, we must be on the lookout for a sneak attack or other means of interference, Ji Jingjing said. That was closed. Wang Wei thought silently to himself. He had never worked so hard for a counter-divination attempt in his life. Usually his fate physique and fateless status meant almost no one could divine information about him. However, that person from the stargazing pavilion was so close to success due to being boosted by a transcendent artifact. Luckily, Wang Wei reacted in time and used his emptiness power to hide his information. Wang Wei gazed at Sir Lu and the other spirits and communicated with them. Hello, Sir Lu. Do you remember me? Sir Lu frowned before answering. I don't know how you got lucky and came here, But I warned you to leave this place as soon as possible. That's mighty kind of you, but I came here to help. Boy, you are probably one of the most talented individuals this trial has ever cultivated. You have a bright future ahead, so don't ruin it here. This battle is beyond your capabilities. I know this fight is beyond my physical capabilities. But Sir Lu, you seem to have forgotten what my greatest asset is. You're a Tao overlord. Now you're following. Do you have a solution to the current situation? Tell me quickly. I may have an idea, but... Sir Lu's lips twitched. What do you want? One question first. Did you artificially inflate the difficulty of the battle tower? I'm sorry about that, Sir Lu responded in embarrassment. The only way to accelerate the growth of the main mind was to have you guys spend more points. So what was my real record? Wang Wei asked. 10 years. That's not long, Wang Wei murmured. In just a short 10 years, the absolute killer would have bypassed his chrono spirit and discovered his time mark. Now, can you tell me? Before that, we must negotiate my price. First, I want to use the trial until my cultivation reaches the Paragon Peak, Wang Wei stated. I'm afraid that's not possible, Sir Lu replied. Don't get us wrong, it's not because we don't want to. We've used much power to fight these people, but the remaining is insufficient to support your cultivation to the peak. Then how far can I go? Probably the 7th heaven, maybe the 8 if we pushed it. Wang Wei frowned. What if I only train my soul? Your soul is already on par with the 8th heaven. We can probably raise it by another 1%, Sir Lu responded, but his expression indicated that such a concession would hurt them. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. He had many ways to increase his realm after the lock, including the merit head received. With the trial, he can get his soul to 99% before taking a true soul pill. Although this pill usually takes more than 50,000 yuan epics to absorb, it can directly elevate Wang Wei to a peak paragon soul. My second request is unlimited access to this trial. Once again, that's impossible, Sir Lu swiftly countered. We will spend much time repairing the trial if we survive this ordeal. Wang Wei just stared at him. You already have 6 tokens, correct? I'll offer an additional 4 exclusively for you. Once we are barely operational, you can send 10 people to train, but they can only reach initial heaven, 90%. Wang Wei stared at him for a few seconds. After reading his facial expression, he said, Fine, but there is still a third and final request, and this one is non-negotiable. I want the purest power or essence of this creature's nurturing power. Additionally, I want its understanding of that power. The greatest asset of this trial is that nurturing power, which Wang Wei has numerous plans for already. Sir Lu gritted his teeth. I can give you the power, but knowledge is out of the question. Wang Wei squinted. The main mind has retained little knowledge from its predecessor, Fei. Sir Lu immediately explained. That's why it's in such a bad state. It cannot control its power. I see, Wang Wei muttered. Very well. I'll grant you access to my personal dimension. Put my rewards inside, and I'll tell you how to save it. You want us to pay first? After your previous immoral business practices, you think I'll trust you? Wang Wei countered. I guess that's fair, Sir Lu smiled wryly. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, the clone received information from the main body that he had received payment and nodded. The Heaven Cardinal already hinted at the answer to your problem, Wang Wei stated. Fei was a kind creature, so you need to bank on that. Send a call for help to all the creatures you've helped nurture through this trial. One of them might have become transcendent and willing to help. But even if that's not true, you can still try to contact the spirits of those creatures from the Genesis age. If Fei had been as kind as the Cardinal had said, she would have helped many of them. Their bodies and souls might have been erased, but there will lingered in the chaos universe, and they should respond to your plea. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Novelcole Discord. GG/PrincessTapy Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1468 The Trial's Resolution. 1468 The trial's resolution. And, I noticed a plot hole. Wang Wei and the others could have used the trial to cultivate their secondary Daos, like pill refining or array, to the Paragon realm. So one of the rules is they can only use the trial for their primary Dao. Why didn't I think of that? Sir Lu said as he palmed his face. The spirits chose the main mind over the heaven cardinal because they felt Fei's all-encompassing goodness and kindness, and they were moved to the point of betraying their lords. Now with Wang Wei's reminder, Sir Lu saw hope to save themselves. Young cultivator, thank you for your help, Sir Lu said. But you should leave this place since it's dangerous. You don't have to tell me twice, Wang Wei said. However, remember that what you pay me is not enough for the karma of saving your life. We understand. Wang Wei nodded before collapsing the clone's soul and the spirit particle. The real Wang Wei opened his eyes outside the inner core, and he immediately checked his storage dimension. He first checked the tokens before looking at the other rewards. An illusory tower that resembled the Soul Tower floated in the sky. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Then his eyes shifted to a glowing green crystal the size of an ostrich egg. As soon as he laid eyes on the crystal, he felt an immense desire to swallow it. Every cell, tissue, organ, and system of his body screamed the desire to swallow this thing. And it was not just his body. His soul released a desire even more intense than his dream to see his wife, the current version, in a bunny outfit. Wang Wei gulped his saliva. If I swallow this thing, my body should reach beyond the peak of Elder Fiend God 10 heavens. I may even immediately achieve a primal paragon tier fleshly body. No, that's an understatement. My body might be on par with those pseudo-transcendents, as I called them. The temptation was beyond words Wang Wei could describe, but he resisted the urge and controlled himself. Although this thing would allow him instant power, it would be a significant waste since he probably cannot fully absorb the effect. I need to think long-term, Wang Wei reminded himself. The best use of this thing is to create an artifact that can convert other energies or powers into the trial's power of nurture, Wang Wei thought. He still had to look forward to Malikia's soul energy reward. If he can turn this crystal into the correct artifact, he can use that soul energy to create nurture power that will help him even after becoming half-step transcendent. Wang Wei calmed down after thinking about the future. Once he builds his nurturing artifact, he won't have to worry about the energy needed to open his fourth gate and other cultivation in the transcendent realm. This nurturing power might also be the key to building my Zerg army, Wang Wei thought. This crystal resembled endless possibilities as long as he fully utilized its power. Wang Wei immediately placed countless seals around the crystal to prevent any power from leaking. Although he couldn't sense anything, he did not want to take the risk. Wang Wei looked in the distance to check on Cong. It appeared their battles had ended, and Cong was the victor. Wang Wei did not say much and looked at the inner core one more time. There was no way the Heaven Cardinal said these words without reason. Was it he giving me or the spirits the hint? It seems more like he was talking to me, but why? Is he preparing for his future? He would not be surprised if the Heaven Cardinal was planning on choosing his side in the confrontation with Grand Dao. At the very least, the latter prepared for Grand Dao's possible failure. Wang Wei raised his head as his intuition warned him of incoming danger. It's time to go. He first killed the kidnapped loose cultivators before entering the River of Time, heading directly to the Eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei was careful since he was once attacked while swimming in this place. Not long after leaving, countless mighty conscious descended into the trial, alarming the 5 transcendents. They immediately stopped these people after guessing their objective. However, a being on par with the 5 showed up, directly confronting them. Unfortunately, he was alone against 5, making his approach useless. Sir Lu was on the verge of ripping out his hair. The appearance of these paragons and that entity brought them hope before these 5 bastards crushed it. A look of despair flashed in his eyes before things suddenly took an unexpected turn. A bunch of ancient and primordial wills seemed to have awakened, alarming countless powerhouses throughout the chaos universes. These primordial spirits of a time long gone cast their gaze on the trial. Ji Liyuan, Old Man Tianji, and the others paused as they sensed these ancient and powerful entities. They glanced at each other, secretly communicating. They soon realized these were the spirits or thoughts of creatures long dead. meaning their powers were only a fraction of their peak. However, they might suffer if they continue this fight. Do we just give up like that? The above-heaven sword master said. We can still get a piece of this thing if we fight these old things. Old man Tianji sighed. Don't you understand? This is just the cardinal using the rules to stop us. Ultimately, if we take down this creature, we will offend him. So the question is whether it's worth offending him. The awakening of these creatures marks the opening of the transcendent age, Monk Ananda said. There will be plenty of other opportunities, so this poor monk will not offend such a being before I'm certain. The corpse-selling sect has been increasing their offensive against us, so I cannot be injured here, Deathmark said. Everyone looked at him. They were suspicious that his death cult had some relationship with Death Reverence and the corpse-selling sect, so they did not wholly trust them even with these words. Jiliuyu, how about you use one of your clan's foundations? Old man Tianji suggested. What foundation? Jiliuyu asked in an exaggerated manner that made everyone roll their eyes. However, he did not care. The clan or palace's trump cards can only be used for life and death matters or things genuinely worth the price. This endeavor to the trial mainly was his private affair. Since that's how everyone feels, let's consider this matter a failure, Old man Tianji said calmly. The above-heaven sword master snorted coldly. Oh, remember these people. He left immediately without saying another word. The other then ordered their talents to retreat. Ji Jinjing frowned after receiving the order, but did not dare contradict the Supreme Elder. She felt it was a shame since success would mean guaranteed backing in the clan and palace. But now, she was not sure what fate lay ahead for her. Everyone then followed, leaving only Bai Longsheng. We are safe, said the soul spirit. Yes, we are, Sir Lu nodded, and everyone started rejoicing. Now is not the time to celebrate, the life spirit yelled. It's time to heal. Oh, you're right. We also need to thank our benefactors, the heart spirit added. Everyone looked at the sky and bowed to everyone who came to their rescue. An intense gaze looked at the main mind, which immediately worried the spirits as they did not know what was going to happen. Then they heard a voice. Faye. The voice was booming but contained the gentleness of the earth. I'm glad you can live again, even if it's in this form. The voice contained a deep melancholy and joy that passively infected all the spirits without noticing. Little guys, the voice continued as it focused on the spirit. Take good care of her. And if you need something, don't hesitate to ask. We will help you even beyond the grave. We will do our best, Sir Lord, Your Excellency, Sir Lu said, his face red in embarrassment. He couldn't help it, as this was a natural instinct of lower life forms when confronted with higher dimension creatures. His mind was not working correctly, and coming up with words was harder than cultivating from a mortal to the pinnacle of the Paragon realm. The booming voice chuckled. What a funny little guy. Well, see you again. The spirits remained in their bowing position for a good 30 minutes after these spirits and consciousness disappeared. Alright guys, I think they are gone. Let's start the healing process. Everyone nodded with a word before moving to repair the trial. The Mortalhood trial arc ends. The next arc is the finale to the Heavenlock arc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1469 The Trial's Aftermath. 1469 The Trial's Aftermath. Red Mist Forbidden Zone. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, immediately flipping through his book. Pages after pages were filled, and Heavenly Book every word with great concentration. He then chuckled. So he chose love instead of being a pawn? I want to say that was predictable, but I didn't think he had it in him. Heavenly Book did not have all the information about Tian Xian, but from the crumbs he deduced, he thought the latter would compete with Wang Wei due to his sense of inferiority. He believed he would want to prove himself to be better than Wang Wei, thus soothing the voice in the back of his mind that was constantly telling him he was not good enough. I made the right choice by not intervening, Heavenly Book thought. After Tian Xian's defection, Grand Dao has to rely more on him. In other words, his value was just raised in the eyes of Grand Dao. Heavenly Book chuckled as he also understood why Grand Dao insisted on him intervening. The latter must have felt something about Tianxian and wanted assurance. The book's new update soon finished, and Heavenly Book analyzed all the latest information. The most crucial news is the fact that the Eternal Ascension world will soon be accessible. There is also a chance I won't need to fulfill the deal with Supreme Unity. However, I can use it as a trump card if necessary. Heavenly Book stood up. Supreme Unity's situation was not ideal, and now there were other ways to access the Eternal Ascension world, which the Heavenly Book wanted to prepare. Now that he's suffering, there is a chance he might be desperate and try to contact or attack me. So I need to be careful when I move. He opened a portal to a chaos world called Furious Tao World, directly above a man whose aura oozed sadness and desperation. The man, dressed in all black, including black finger paints, was named Ling Li, and he was cursed to be disregarded all his life. As soon as he was born, his parents forgot his existence. No one can see or touch him, and he cannot do the same. Ling Li has lived numerous lives, but it's always the same. He cannot be seen or touched. This phenomenon is not just for mortals but cultivators alike. No, his curse was more horrifying than that. Ling Li wanted a cure to his curse, so he cultivated to the peak of the Paragon realm before searching for an answer. He did then realize to the extent he was invisible, the extent he was ignored. The Book of Life forgot his name, meaning not only does he have no status in the world, he cannot even die. Fate does not have a string for him, meaning his fate should be his own, but it's not. Time cannot wash away his youth or longevity. Everything in the world has discarded Ling Li, except for one thing, the Grand Tao Source. His connection to it and his ability to cultivate it are his only sources of tetheredness to this universe. However, Ling Li has discovered that even such a truth was slowly changing. Although it's really slow, he knows it is only a matter of time before the Tao also abandons him. Heavenly Book appeared above Ling Li, and with a wave of his hand, the depressed young man turned into a black coat. Can this thing be considered a failure? Heavenly Book created this artifact to avoid Grand Tao's protection. He called it the Heaven Disregard Robe, and it's significant to his plan. It will need a significant boost before it can be complicated. However, it's enough now to hide in front of these half-baked transcendents, he thought before putting the robe over his shoulder. Heavenly Book immediately entered a state in which all things in existence instinctively or naturally disregard his existence. Let's move. The All-Seeing Temple was an artifact shaped like a gray temple with motifs of the River of Fate floating in primordial chaos. Today the Destiny Council, a primal, supreme, and first-class seer meeting, occurred due to Grandma Just' return. The meeting had a strange atmosphere, especially if viewed from an outside perspective. The primal seer, a young woman with gray hair and a pure white robe, sat on a cushion. On her right and left stood 5 people in gray robes, followed by another group in black. Although everyone stood in line on the right and left of the primal seer, there was a slight gap between the gray and black seers. Meanwhile, Grandma Ju was at the end of the lines, in the middle of the room about 20 meters from the primal seer, kneeling on the ground with her head on the floor. I did not expect the Eternal Ascension world to be so prepared, the primal seer uttered in a melodious voice full of vicissitude. Temple Lord, I have done my best, Grandma Ju stated. I can see that, the primal seer nodded. Although you failed your mission, you have brought valuable news. This merit will cancel your demerit. Thank you, Temple Lord, for your immense generosity, Grandma Ju swiftly said. The primal seer nodded before looking at a middle-aged man in gray to her left. You don't have to say anything. It's good that we have a new first-class seer in the temple. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth before nodding. The primal seer then looked at a gray-robed woman on her right and said, You did an excellent job cultivating such a seer for the temple. You know where to receive your reward. It's my duty, the woman replied as she saluted by cupping her hands. The primal seer looked at everyone. The entire chaos universe has eyes on us, waiting for more news about the all-heaven fate calamity. If we cannot provide more news, I'm afraid some people will get desperate. Time is running out, so our focus should be on this. As you wish, Temple Lord, everyone said in unison. Bai Longxing teleported home. What welcomed home was not this lavish palace created from the best materials from the chaos universes. No, what was before him was a cruel and catastrophic world. From above, Bai Longxing could see zones of destruction scattered everywhere. There were volcanoes, heavenly flame regions, intense wind regions, ice tantrum that could go past absolute zero, gravity zones that could reach beyond the limit of physiques, poisons worlds that contain strains from every world in the chaos universe, Inchi graves, collapsing star/black holes dimensions, chaotic spatial temporal areas, chaos sectors, nothingness manifestation lands, etc. This place had everything, and in all these locations, body refiners were using them to temper their flesh. Bai Longxing took a deep breath, absorbing the energy in the environment. This was not Dao Qi, but the purest essence Qi. Any mortals living in this environment would grow up capable of lifting a dozen tons without exercise. And any body refiners would sacrifice one of their testes to live in this place. Bai Longxing looked at a palace located at the center of this chaotic world. The palace was all black and looked normal. It was hard to tell whether it was luxurious or what kind of materials it was made of. Bai Longxing flew to the palace and landed on his feet before entering. He headed directly to the mission hall. A man with a bare upper body sat on the floor, looking intently at a transparent. His muscles seemed to contract with the same rhythm of the flame's flicker. Uncle Dragonroot, Bai Longxing bowed. Report. Dragonroot said directly, and Bai Longxing told him everything, including how he behaved when he met Wang Wei. We predicted that the Dao opening sect's destiny would run out after Qiyuan or flourish unlike anything before. It seems it's the latter, Dragonroot muttered. What should we do about Wang Wei? It doesn't matter. Although his talent is one of a kind, it's not the first time we've encountered someone like him. And it probably won't be the last, Dragonroot said calmly. Plus, if he is important enough for someone to put a warning mark on him, he might be more trouble than he's worth. I see. If you want to be the mansion lord or the clan patriarch, you must demonstrate the ability to rally people behind you. Strength is not enough. You must demonstrate charisma and leadership skills. I understand, Uncle Dragonroot. Dragonroot nodded. You still did an excellent job, so it will be marked on your record. Bai Longxing knew this conversation had ended, so he saluted his uncle before leaving. His shadow morphed into an entity, staying in the room to communicate with Dragonroot. Eternal Ascension World. Wang Wei returned home, and he was immediately on the highest alert, fearing someone would sneak attack him. However, after not noticing anything, he relaxed slightly. He looked around before teleporting home. A bright smile plastered on his face as he returned to his transcending fate mountain. However, his peace did not last long as Wang Qi and Yukai rushed toward him. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Novel Cole Discord. GG/PrincessTAPY Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1470 A Mother's Love. 1470 A Mother's Love. Patriarch, you're okay, right? Wang Qi said before running around him, touching him to ensure he was real. I'm fine and stop touching me. Wang Wei controlled him so he remained standing before him. You disappeared after the others returned, so we thought something had happened to you. Yukai said with relief. I'm glad you're all right. Wang Wei was about to say something when numerous talismans suddenly rushed from the void. He received all of them, and they were from his acquaintances all over the world. They also noticed the disappearance of his karma, and its reappearance a few minutes later, so they wanted to know what had happened. Wang Wei waved his hand to send a return communication to everyone. You're quite popular, aren't you? Wang Qi teased. Should the madam be worried? Wang Wei ignored him and asked Yukai. Did the ancestors contact us during my death state? No, but a depressing atmosphere loomed over the sect during that period. I reckoned it was them, Yukai explained. I see, Wang Wei nodded. What exactly happened? Yukai asked curiously. I met a troublesome opponent and had to fake my death, Wang Wei replied truthfully. And how strong are you exactly? Strong enough to be a supreme elder. Yukai smiled wryly. Although I expected it, I was still surprised. Yukai sighed. The man was worthy of his position as a primal seed. In such a short period, his strength has reached such a realm. Patriarch, the people in the lower dimension must be freaking out about your disappearance, Wang Qi warned. I know, but there isn't much I can do now, Wang Wei sighed. The lower dimension is still one of Heavenly Daos' last bastions of resistance against supreme unity in case it loses this war. This also means access from the upper dimension is wholly cut off. Your soul flame should have been relit like ours, so it should be fine, Yu Kai reassured them. Hopefully. The three let the silence linger before Yu Kai spoke again. Now that you've returned, what do you plan to do? Wang Wei did not immediately answer him but looked at the sky. It's time to end this era. Yu Kai's eyes sparkled. Many people have been waiting for this moment for too long. Do you need anything? I'll ask if I do, Wang Wei nodded. Yu Kai did not overstay his welcome and soon left. Not long after, Grand Elder Yin Shui came to check on him, but the latter only stayed a few minutes. Wang Wei and Wang Qi soon arrived at the manor. Wang Wei did not enter but headed for his garden and fishing pool. How long have you been gone? He asked. 9,789 years, Wang Qi replied. The ratio to the trial is not too bad, Wang Wei nodded. Anything happened that I need to know? There are a few things, Wang Qi reported. Firstly, a few loose cultivators tried to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Did they think the peak lineages sent all their best powerhouses and now were vulnerable? Exactly. Were they eradicated? Wang Wei asked. Not exactly. Oh, Paragon Jimin interfered. He also used this opportunity to recruit many of them into his new faction, the Thousand Faces Valley. We've always known Jimin was ambitious, so it made sense he would use this opportunity. I would wager he probably secretly instigated them in the first place. Wang Wei calmly commented as he played with a deep blue flower. You said he interfered. How? He first tried to mediate on behalf of these cultivators, and used the fact he was the only surviving paragon left in the world. Threats, huh? Wang Wei muttered. I thought he would be more tactful than that. He knew whom to threaten, Wang Qi emphasized. Jimin threw his paragon weight to the overlords, but did not dare threaten them. So he's smart, Wang Wei nodded. What else happened? The Divine Faith Haven threw a fit after learning their people died. Wang Qi continued. They said some nasty words publicly against us, and even sent an ambassador to ask for an explanation. Did the sect deny it? Of course, we even fought back by saying we won't take kindly to unsubstantiated rumors. That's the right approach, Wang Wei nodded. Although he planned to eliminate the Divine Faith Haven, he still had to act innocent to the public eye to preserve the sect's reputation. In this world, reputation equates to luck and destiny, and although their sect has reached the point in which rumors have little effect on them, they still have to keep appearances. Someone tried to free Time Eater, Wang Qi said, making Wang Wei pause his flower gazing. Don't worry, the operation failed, but we did not capture the culprit. He's indeed an instability, Wang Wei uttered, his brow furrowing deeper. Lastly, Dude Song wants to see you. He's not dead, Wang Wei asked. Dude Song was the leader of his new mortal civilization. His lifespan limit of 10,269 years should have expired by now. It's the least I can do, Wang Wei replied. His next focus should be the lock, but based on Mithraya's previous warning, he still had plenty of time. However, Time Eater's looming presence has motivated Wang Wei to kickstart things as soon as possible. Before I check on him, I need you to fetch 2 people for me. Yang Guowei's mother and the Xie clan matriarch. No problem. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed in simple blue robes walked toward Wang Wei. She had an ordinary face but green eyes as bright as the stars. Her aura showed a calm woman of wisdom, but she was also someone who had experienced much in life. My son is dead, isn't he? Fu Yangqing asked. I'm sorry, Wang Wei said, looking her in the eyes. And I'm guessing you have no intention of reviving him? She continued. No, but I can protect your safety and well-being. Why? Because I'm valuable? She asked, staring at him directly. Your son is the one who serves me, not you. Fu Yangqing looked him in the eyes, trying to see whether he meant it or not. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Thank you for the offer, but there is no need. Wang Wei furrowed his brow, wondering why she was being so headstrong. There is something you can do for me, Fu Yangqing continued. I want to reincarnate with all memories and a blessing. You want to cultivate to the Paragon realm in your next life to revive your son? Wang Wei asked. That's right, she nodded. After her husband sold her to one of the moons, Fu Yangqing had only one person she could count on, her son. Now that she has lost him, she'll do anything to get him back. You do understand that by the time you've become a peak paragon, so long would have passed that the difficulty of reviving him will increase by an astronomical amount? And that's only if you ever become a peak paragon? Wang Wei questioned. I do, but it doesn't matter, does it? The firmness in her eyes was unwavering. A mother's love transcends all, and nothing can stop this woman from embracing her son again. I guess it doesn't, Wang Wei nodded. He pointed his finger to her forehead and transmitted a group of information. What's this? Detailed copy of your son's existence, Wang Wei explained. With this knowledge, you only need to become a peak paragon and use existence reconstruction to revive him. Thank you, Fu Yangqing said sincerely, her voice even choking briefly. She bowed fully to display her thanks. She knew how valuable this information was and how much time and effort she would save. In fact, she had no idea how valuable Wang Wei's information was. Existence reconstruction is vague and not detailed because the person doing the reconstruction cannot directly observe the blueprint like Wang Wei. But if they could, Fu Yangqing would be capable of perfectly reviving her son to the state before the tribulation. Although Yang Guowei would lose his cultivation progress, he would also have another opportunity to become a paragon again. Of course, that's only if Grand Tao allows this level of existence reconstruction. Alright, let's get to it, Wang Wei said. In my name as the fate-dominating emperor, as a boundless paragon, as the three-realm emperor, as the immeasurable emperor, I grant you the titles of the one blessed by wisdom, and the mother who defies fate. A golden light enveloped Fu Yangqing, purifying her soul. Her multicolored Qi Luck dragon manifested before the horns turned white. Wang Wei condensed a black jade talisman to hand to it. Wait until the lock is gone to activate the talisman, he instructed. Although it was fine for her to reincarnate now since the lock only blocked communication to the underworld, not reincarnation itself, he did not want her to take the risk. Wait until the lock is gone to activate the talisman, he instructed. Although it was fine for her to reincarnate now since the lock only blocked communication to the underworld, not reincarnation itself, he did not want her to take the risk. I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1471 Duzong's Farewell. 1471 Duzong's Farewell. Wang Wei calmly watched Fu Yangqing fly away, sighing deeply to himself. A mother's love can be like an endless abyss. He hoped for the best for her, but did not have much hope. Even with his blessing, Fu Yangqing's chances of becoming a paragon were slim, let alone a peak paragon. There is also the fact that she will face more trials and tribulations because of those blessings. Come out, he said, looking at a tree near his location. A thin elderly lady walked out behind the tree, wearing tight black clothes that almost reminded Wang Wei of ninjas. He immediately noticed a few anomalies as he glanced at this old woman. She made no sounds when walking. Her body had no odor even with his extreme senses. Her vitality was undetectable, her aura non-existence. Light did not refract on her. She had no shadow, and even as Wang Wei looked at her, it was as if no one was before him. The Tao of concealment, and she's cultivated it to the extreme, Wang Wei analyzed. You must be matriarch Xiehuan. Primal seed. Xiehuan bowed deeply. My shadow is currently unavailable, meaning I'll need someone to assist me. It's my honor to serve you, Xiehuan replied immediately. Don't be too quick to agree. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop her. I've modified the Lord's shadow technique to allow someone to be my temporary shadow. However, once I separate from the shadow, they will enter a period of weakness of at least 100,000 yuan epochs. Xiehuan frowned after hearing this. The good news is the technique will allow you to experience the strength, mindset, and even Tao application of a paragon, which will be immensely helpful to your paragon tribulation. Then I'll accept, Xia Huan said without hesitation. That's good to hear. Wang Wei nodded as he manipulated his shadow to take a humanoid form. Then, the shadow condensed a black crystal to hand to Xia Huan. Wang Wei also gave her a token. This should help you control my fate shadow guard. I will do my best to serve you, Xia Huan bowed deeply. Wang Wei dismissed her before looking in the distance. He teleported to a small, isolated village in the central origin domain. A young girl was pushing an elderly man in a wooden wheelchair. The elderly was old, too old, so old that the stench of death oozed out of him. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, the young girl took a defensive stand. A black and slim armor materialized on her body, followed by 2 shadow daggers. Shiner, be at ease, Du Tsong said, raising her hand to signal her to back down. Lord Guardian, I'm glad you came to see me before I leave this mortal coil. It's the least I can do after everything you've done for me, Wang Wei replied. The mortal civilization no longer had to hide and spread everywhere under the Dao opening sect's territory. Under Du Tsong's leadership, their civilization has thrived and prospered. With a quick check, Wang Wei knew they'd developed to the point of escaping under the threat of a one-leaf immortal venerable. Shiner, can you give us some privacy? The young girl hesitated, still looking at Wang Wei warily. Du Tsong chuckled. You've read the history book and seen his pictures. Do you think you need to worry about the Guardian? A look of realization flashed in the girl's eyes, and she bowed to Wang Wei and Du Tsong before entering the shadow and disappearing from sight. Come, let's have a chat, Wang Wei said as he summoned a table. Do you want to drink tea or wine? This is probably my last minute in the world, so let's have some wine, Du Tsong said, and Wang Wei poured him. After a sip, Du Tsong sighed deeply. We've improved so much in all aspects, but we are still being in everything. Your civilization contradicts the world system, Wang Wei answered. Grand Dao has established that cultivation is a long and tedious process. It is one of the prices cultivators have to pay for their strength, and the system exists to manage the infinite lifespans of cultivators. If the system allowed your civilization to have the power on par with, let's say, Paragon, this would mean you can achieve the pinnacle of power relatively quickly. Grand Dao will not allow that. After becoming a paragon, Wang Wei had a better understanding of heaven and earth, so he could comment on the situation without reservation. Can't Grand Dao just remove the limit on our lifespans? Make it harder and longer for us to build more powerful armors and constructs, Du Tsong stated. In that case you would just become cultivators, Wang Wei explained. To be precise, you would become an alternate refining Dao cultivation path. So in the end, everything comes down to the fact we are mortals, Du Tsong said with gritted teeth. That's right. In Grand Dao's design, there needs to be a hierarchy, with mortals at the bottom and cultivators at the top, to motivate people to climb up. What a shit system, Du Tsong cursed. All that suffering, all the pain, all the inequalities, all the injustices, it was all to motivate others? How is that fair? Why can't everyone be immortal? Why can't everyone choose whether they have the ambition to climb the ladder, or just want a calm and peaceful life? Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who designed it, Wang Wei said as he shrugged his gourd. Yes, but you have no desire to change it, do you? Du Tsong said as he rose to his feet. You just want to escape the system, to be free from it. You said that it was a bad thing, Wang Wei replied calmly. But you could do so much more. Du Tsong banged his fist on the table. Like what? Wang Wei asked. I've laid the foundation for your civilization, provided ideas and resources, given you room to grow, shown you respect and loyalty, and protected you from harm. What more do you want from me? Wang Wei asked. Do you expect me to fight Grand Dao to change the system for you? Why not? Du Tsong said as he sat back down, his shoulder no longer as upright as before. I have never hid who or what kind of person I am, Wang Wei said. The reason I kept a distance from you guys and gave you so much autonomy was that I did not want you to see me as your savior. If you want to fight for your freedom and ideal world, I will not stop you. On the contrary, I'll be more than happy to support you from the shadows. But do not expect me to share your plight. I have my own goal and path to follow. Du Tsong let these words sink in, and for a moment, he wished he could draw himself in the wine. Do you think it's possible? Do we have a chance at winning and changing the system? That I don't know, Wang Wei replied. What I do know is nothing will change if you don't try. Du Song was silent for more than 10 minutes, drawing himself in the alcohol during the entire time. Time is up, he muttered before looking at the sky. My only regret in this life is that I won't live to see the bastard responsible for the plague suffer for their crime. If it makes you feel better, I may not live to see that day too, Wang Wei joked. No, it didn't make me feel better, Du Song said honestly. Can I ask you something? What is it? Reincarnation is real, right? It is. Can I be reborn as a mortal, with no cultivation talent, for eternity? I also want to be reborn in this world. So, you want to try this endless battle that may be pointless? Wang Wei asked. You said it yourself. I won't know if it's possible without even trying. I must admit, I admire your dedication, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to release a black and white light into Du Song's body. The old man smiled before slowly standing up. He fixed his robe and took one last look at the distance and the sky before slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. I'll see you again. See you later. Wang Wei saluted. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Novelcole Discord. GG/PrincessTAPY Lazy SageDAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1472 The Four Pieces. 1472 The Four Pieces. Author note. A reader reminded me of a plot hole. I said only 2 factions have the word Dao in their name, the Dao opening sect and one faction long lost. However, I've been using the Skill Dao Association for a while. So from now on, their name will be the Occupation Skill Association. I'm open to better name suggestions. Lastly, I would like to apologize to that reader. It's been 4 months since they reminded me, and only today do I remember fixing it. Limbo. I'm glad the kid is okay, Qiyuan said. I told you he had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily, Desolate added. You were the one freaking out the most, Yanhai sneered. Said the person who almost cried because he would lose the opportunity to tease Wu Hong, Desolate countered. Do you even care about the kid? It's not my fault if his greatest achievement in my eyes is getting together with her, Yanhai answered casually. It's good that he's all right, Battle Maniac nodded. Yes, the plan can continue as normal, Qiyuan sighed in relief. Are you sure about this plan? Yanhai asked. Normally, she doesn't question his plan, but this one was too simple. You didn't see it during the taboo, but I saw a glimpse of her power. We only need to give her the opportunity to use it, Qiyuan reassured. If you say so. We should focus on the future. To be precise, how we will return to our peak, Battle Maniac suggested. The kid brought enough memorialized luck for all of us to return to the Paragon realm, but the rest have to rely on us. What about your proxy avatars? Desolate asked. We can't use those, Qiyuan immediately answered. Before entering the ultimate taboo, they took a few of their proxy avatars and left one in the world. After so long, it wouldn't be surprising if those transcendents found those avatars and tempered with them, Qiyuan continued. Proxy avatars are supposed to be almost impossible to find, but not impossible. So it would be foolish to risk their lives and use these things as a means of their revival. That makes sense, Desolate nodded. Should we warn the others? Battle Maniac asked. They should figure it out themselves, and if they don't, that's their problem, Qiyuan said calmly. Although they worked together, ultimately, they were competing factions. If you say so. Eternal Ascension World, Central Origin Domain, Southern Area, Yellow Tree Village. Wang Wei calmly looked at the new grave he had constructed himself. The young girl, Sheener, stood behind him, trying and failing to control her tears. Besides reincarnation with his memories and ensuring he returned to the Eternal Ascension World, Wang Wei provided no additional help to do. Cong non-immortal cultivators can only reincarnate 9 times before their souls are recycled to create a new soul or life with a completely different existence. As for mortals, less than 0.1% can retain the memories of their past selves, meaning they are recycled after one reincarnation. Du Tsong's soul as an enlightened human is different, meaning he may survive 2 or 3 reincarnations if he's lucky, but that's his limit. This is the first hurdle in your endless battle. If you cannot overcome this obstacle, then you better give up this fight, Wang Wei thought. Du Tsong's situation is reminiscent of Sage Duan Ru from the lower dimension. The only difference is Sage Duan Ru's soul will be nourished by his mortal Dao art. Maybe these two's lives will be intertwined, Wang Wei suddenly thought. He turned around and looked at the young girl. What is the protocol for his death? Although the teacher disagreed, it's already been decided that a civilization-wide funeral will be held, followed by a day of mourning that our people will forever celebrate for as long as our civilization exists, Shiner replied. It seems Du Tsong was more loved than I knew, Wang Wei commented. He dedicated everything to the cause, even stopping himself from forming a family, because he did not want them to have too much power and ruin the foundation of our civilization, Shiner said. That was a wise move, Wang Wei nodded. If Du Tsong is as loved as the girl said, his family might suddenly become a royal family in the mortal civilization, ruining the democratic process that runs the civilization. This fact also shows Du Tsong's determination. If he wants his fight to succeed, he must become the civilization leader in each generation, which will not be an easy feat unless he reveals his identity. If you don't mind, I'll participate in the funeral, Wang Wei stated. 1307, it will be our honor. Wang Wei nodded before sending out 2 communication talismans, one of which was to Jiaping. If there was one person who cared as much as this civilization, it was the former second prince. So the 2 participated in the funeral, followed by the day of mourning. After the ceremony, Wang Wei and Jiaping were about to leave when Shiner rushed to see him. She knelt on the floor, with her head deeply imprinted on the ground. Lord Guardian, please help me. There is no need for all that, Wang Wei said as he gently helped her up. Tell me what you need. I want to cultivate, Shiner stated after a brief hesitation. Oh, and why is that? I want to live long enough to see the teacher and protect him in all his reincarnations, Shiner said, her eyes more determined than they had been in her entire life. Are you sure about this? Wang Wei asked. If you do this, your people will consider your action a betrayal. There is also the lure of the power of cultivation. Once you become an immortal, there is a high chance you will abandon your original goal to pursue a higher realm and power. I won't change. Really? Wang Wei asked her, looking directly into her eyes. Can you promise to serve a weak and lowly mortal for the rest of eternity? Can you promise your heart won't waver as you watch him grow old and die over and over? Can you promise to remain unwavering as he fights a battle that is probably fruitless? I promise. Wang Wei looked at her. Although I could, I won't bind you with any spells to keep your oath. I'll leave the judgment to your heart. He pointed his finger at her, manifesting her fate line. Then Wang Wei changed her fate, granting her a talent for cultivation. Finally, he handed her a token. Go to my sect, and they will train you until the great emperor realm. Be mindful you won't receive any exceptional treatment. How far you can go depends on how much you're willing to fight for. I want to build a dynasty with enlightened humans and their rune technology, Jiaping said. That's fine, Wang Wei nodded. Although he granted these people free-range development, he still has access to all their products and developments. I will also need territory. Do you have a place you have your heart set on? The Icefield domain, Jiaping replied. If I remember correctly, that's the intersection between our sect's territory and the Divine Faith Haven? It's obvious to me that the Lord has some plans for the Divine Faith Haven, and am willing to be the vanguard, Jiaping said seriously. I like people who take the initiative, Wang Wei smiled. I'll send the poison demoness to help. If you need anything, ask, and the sect will provide it. Thank you. Jiaping bowed before teleporting away. Wang Wei stood alone in the sky, looking distracted. It's time to destroy this prison. He's been feeling uncomfortable ever since his return. The dichotomy between the trials environment and the eternal ascension world was too vast and noticeable. Wang Wei has only returned for more than a day, and he can already feel his mood changing. He was not the kind of person who could be caged or restricted, meaning every second he spent in this world was tortured. So he did not want to waste another second in this place. For my plan to succeed, I need 4 pieces, Wang Wei thought. Sun Junyao is one, but she needs to work with another piece. However, I should give her time to prepare. He waved his hand to send her a communication talisman. Of the remaining pieces, that blood is the easiest to get. Hopefully that remains true. He had already sent a courtesy warning to the Occupation Skill Association about his upcoming arrival. So, he only needs to wait a while before heading there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1473 The First Piece. 1473 The first piece. While Wang Wei waited for the association to receive him, an invited guest came to see him. Prime Minister Zhu, what brings you here? Wang Wei asked as he sipped his tea. Are you here to make another deal? Where is Honghua? Zhu Qinghuang asked directly. Why are you asking me about your people? Wang Wei asked back, not hiding his confusion. This is not a joking matter. Where is she? Watch your tone, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes, sending chills down the latter's back. However, the Prime Minister did not back down. I can tell you honestly that we are prepared for an all-out war for her, Zhu Qinghuang warned. First of all, you are accusing me of something that I haven't done, nor do you have any proof of, Wang Wei said calmly. But if you want a war, I can give you one. How about I take this opportunity to slaughter all of you? I probably couldn't get through your dynasty's main array, but it should be no issue slaughtering all your citizens and ruining your luck, Wang Wei stated calmly, and Zhu Qinghuang stared at him with flaming eyes. You see that? That's how you make a threat. Wang Wei continued before slowly sipping his tea. He let his words marinate, increasing the pressure on the Prime Minister. The last time we spoke, you were confident, nay arrogant, you could protect her. But now that she has escaped your grasp, you come barking at me like a mad dog. How does that make sense? We know you did it. Besides you, who could remove our tracking method? Zhu Qinghuang countered. As much as I'm flattered that you think so highly of me, haven't you received the information of what happened in the trial? Wang Wei asked. There were so many factions with powerhouses on the level of the two suns. You don't think your method can hide from them, right? From what you know, Honghua might have surrendered to them in exchange for her freedom. Or worse, someone noticed your so-called tracking method and was interested, so they captured her. Cong would have rescued her if she was captured. Zhu Qinghuang fought back. That's true, Wang Wei nodded. So she left of her own volition? Well, I can't blame the poor girl. Zhu Qinghuang took a deep breath to calm down. I'm going to need you to hand over Huashui. Wang Wei chuckled in response. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You'll stay here as our guest until your dynasty comes to get you. The Prime Minister was about to display another bout of outage, but found himself unable to move or speak. Sect Master, Wang Wei called out, and Yu Kai's projection appeared before them. Send news to the Qing court that their Prime Minister has wrongly accused us of something we have not done and in the process, offended a paragon. If they want his return, they must pay remuneration. Our sect's face cannot be trampled like that for no reason. I understand, Yu Kai nodded. How much are we speaking of? We only want to save face and show our attitude, so one piece of Paragon tier material is enough, Wang Wei said. But you can negotiate for more, just don't go too far. It will be done, Yu Kai bowed before dissipating. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to the Prime Minister. You're lucky I'm not putting you in a prison. He waved her hand to send him to the Ambassador Mountain reserved for the Qin dynasty. But this time around, the mountain was isolated by a raise to display his status as a prisoner. Once Zhu Qinghuang was out of sight, Wang Wei forgot about him. He knew how to play the political game of these overlords. As for the Qin court's remark about war, he believed it was a bluff, but even if it were real, Wang Wei would still not back down. The only advantage the Qin court had over the Dao opening sect was Hongjun's butterfly jade pendant, which is supposedly a transcendent artifact. As long as they planned for that, the only result of an all-out war would be Qin's destruction. Or things would develop into an all-out war of the overlords, forcing everybody to come to the table to make peace. A few days later, Wang Wei teleported to the Rune source domain, the location of the Occupation Skill Association's headquarters. Unlike before, when the overlords hid their headquarters in hidden dimensions, they were now in the open. Tong Ruobing led a small team of delegates in receiving him. The Empyrean Battle Taboo Realm? Wang Wei commented as soon as she saw him, and Tong Ruobing sighed to herself. She tried to hide it and all her other information, but it was useless. It kind of happened, Tong Ruobing said. When she was helping Muley become unique to increase his status in the primeval mansion, she thought maybe she could also benefit from his improvement, and thought of a method of Dao companions to share life and death together. While trying to devise such a method, Tong Ruobing discovered a rare yin-yang material from the refining tower and used it. The result was that both couples managed to share their foundation, allowing them to link their existence and benefit from each other's advantages. In other words, Muley and Tong Ruobing entered the battle taboo realm before becoming paragons. It seems like luck was on your side, Wang Wei commented. A few of his peers were also lucky as Tong Ruobing, including Xiao Tiandi and Sun Junyao. Meanwhile, others like Yi Dafu and Lin Fan had to rush to increase their strength. The rest, like Jian Wushuang and Ao Shen, were not so lucky and became paragons first. And you could have figured it out yourself, Wang Wei replied. We are no longer heaven-chosen competing for one chance at immortality. By now, you should know the importance of being slow and steady. Isn't that hypocritical coming from you? How so? Wang Wei asked, quite confused. You've become a paragon in record time while also checking everything on the list to ensure you have the best foundation possible. There is nothing slow about you, but you still have all the advantages and preparation of someone steady. That would be a fair point if I portrayed myself as just an ordinary cultivator instead of an anomaly, Wang Wei said, not trying to brag but telling the truth. I forgot how frustrating it can be to talk with you, Tong Ruobing sighed deeply. All right, let's get this meeting started. Wang Wei shrugged before following her for a brief tour of the association before directing him to Destiny Peak. Wang Wei noted she did not take him to the primary mountain, the association president's ruling area. It seems that women still have immense power even after the association master has become a paragon, Wang Wei thought. Elder Chun and countless others received him before starting a banquet. The food and wine were out of this world, especially since they were from the cooking and winery mountain. Although these professions were not so famous, the association still trained a few talents, especially in the wine department. Many people dabbled in wine as a secondary Dao, with swordsmen being the majority. Then after a few hours of tedious conversation about nothing, the real talk started. So what brought you here for this visit? Elder Chen asked politely. I'm here for the abomination creature's blood, Wang Wei said. He now knew the old ones were not called as such in the Chaos universe, but referred to as the abomination. 2331, it is in our hands, Elder Chen admitted before waving her hand to signal someone. An Empyrean elder approached from another table, and opened a wooden box to show a purple liquid shining with golden light. As you can see, we've spent much effort to purify it. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. We have no problem handing it over, but would you mind telling us what you plan to do with it? Elder Chen asked. Not possible, Wang Wei answered without hesitation, and his refusal made the previous joyous atmosphere slightly tense. We understand you plan to utilize it to destroy the lock, Elder Chen said, her soothing voice easily eliminating the tension. You know a lot, Wang Wei commented casually. We just want to know your plan and see how we can help. The answer is still no. So you don't trust us? The president asked. Now you're getting it, Wang Wei replied, and the president was slightly shocked by such a direct answer. Listen, I've only survived so long despite being its target. Wang Wei pointed at the sky. Is because I'm overly cautious. I don't know your association, and whether you have been infiltrated. The mere fact that I showed up so openly puts me in grave danger. How can you say that? No, he has a point, Tong Ruobing added. We cannot be too careful when dealing with beings on that level. The president wanted to say something but remembered what happened during the Ji Qingming and Tianxian battle. I understand your point of view, Elder Chan stated, but you have to see ours as well. This conversation is meaningless, Wang Wei replied. Your faction wants the merit and destiny for participating in the lock's destruction, but the distribution is not up to me. But the plan is yours, and you can give us a greater role. Like I said, I don't trust anybody with this matter, so the plan relies almost entirely on me, Wang Wei continued. However, if things do not go accordingly and I need more help, I will be more than glad to ask your association. Can I take that as you giving us your word? You can, Wang Wei admitted. If things reach such a point, Wang Wei could guess how dangerous subsequent plans would be. If the association wants to offer him aids, mainly cannon fodders, he'll take them. Good. I know you have a reputation for keeping your word, so I won't ask for anything in writing, Elder Chen said. I'm sensing a but, Wang Wei sighed. Yes, before we hand the blood over, we would like to discuss our luck artifact. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novel Cole Discord. GG/PrincessTAPY Lazy SageDAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1474 Sage Rune Halo. 1474 Sage Rune Halo. And the people on my Discord did not like the name Occupation Skill Association. So the new name is Skill Path Association. There will also be a brief explanation in this chapter for the name's explanation. Your luck artifact? Didn't you retrieve it from the Southern Chu dynasty? Wang Wei asked. According to them, you and the barbarian races air-raided the storage room and took most of the Chu dynasty's treasures. As I said to you, we did raid their treasury, but your treasure was not here by the time we got to it, Wang Wei replied calmly. The artifact was powerful and unique, meaning he needed to wait for someone of miscellaneous skill level to copy it. In other words, he must buy as much time as possible. Elder Chen looked him in the eyes, trying to see through him. Unfortunately, she saw nothing but an innocent man confused by the situation. For such a potent artifact, don't you guys have a way to track it? Wang Wei asked. We're ashamed to say our method has been futile, Elder Chen admitted. I would offer my help, but since you guys seem to suspect me, I think that would be a conflict of interest, Wang Wei said. We don't suspect you, but as you know, this treasure is important to us, Elder Chen said in her soothing voice. I suspect you, the association president added. That artifact is the lifeline of our association, and we must retrieve it at all costs. The Dao Path tablet was the key to their association's rise. During the Golden Era, their founder, Sage Rune Halo, successfully refined what could be described as the first primal artifact in that era. The artifact was highly potent, allowing him to reach power beyond the peak Paragon realm. However, the news was leaked, placing Sage Rune Halo before the eyes of the Overlord's faction, who were in the initial stages of their creation. The sage knew that with his talent for refining, the only fate awaiting him was to be captured and integrated into these factions. The ability to create primal artifact meant he could mass-produce more than one of the three primary requirements to become a primal paragon. Sage Rune Halo did not want this fate. He wanted to be one of the overlords. So he ran and hid himself. He thought he would not have this opportunity until an ancient rune opened. The rune of the Eternal Dao sect. Any sect capable of using the word Dao was unique, but to also have the name, Eternal, the same as this world's name, had greater implications than anyone knew in that era. Little knowledge from this sect remained in the Golden Era, but people started scrambling for information. The resulting information indicated that the sect appeared in the Second Era, or the era corresponding to the beginning of the Paragon Age. They grew into a faction that dominated the entire Eternal Ascension world alone. In other words, at its peak, the Eternal Dao sect achieved something that all overlords desired: absolute control. Of course, it's hard to say whether that faction was more powerful than the overlords of this era. After all, the Golden Era was the pinnacle of luck and destiny of the Eternal Ascension world, meaning the Eternal Dao sect was most likely lucky and ruled during an era without much competition. Regardless, everyone was excited for the rune of such an ancient and powerful lineage. Many people benefited from that expedition, including Sage Rune Halo. He discovered the refining hall of the Eternal Dao sect, recuperating lost knowledge and inheritance. More importantly, He found a small piece from their luck-condensing artifact. He used it to build the Dao Path tablet, inheriting a small portion of the eternal Dao Sect's Qi luck. Ever since that, his destiny has changed, and he rose like a comet, securing his spot as one of the overlords. In the universal Dao language, the character for Dao can be translated as avenue or path. Depending on how you write, these words can also serve as synonyms. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei answered. He almost lost control of himself as he realized the president and Elder Chun were using the tactic of good and bad cop that he used to watch in Western movies back on Earth. But as I said, your artifact is not in my hands. You said the Southern Chu dynasty might have handed it to the Qin court, Elder Chun asked slowly. More like claimed, the president added, not hiding his suspicions. According to our information, you confronted the human emperor's projection from limbo. Elder Chun continued. Was it over the artifact? No, it was over Shu Ren's nether hell. Why would the human emperor want such a thing? I don't know, but the fact he was willing to appear from limbo showed how much he valued it, Wang Wei said truthfully. And do you have proof of that? The president asked. I do, Wang Wei nodded. But I won't show it since this meeting is starting to feel like an interview I did not sign up for. Wang Wei squinted his eyes, suddenly increasing the tension in the room to the highest alert. I've exhausted my patient. Are you going to hand over the blood? Or do I have to take it myself? The chill behind these words made everybody's hair stand straight. Elder Chun acted swiftly to defuse this situation. There is no need for all that. It's just that this item is too important for us. I understand this, but I think I've been quite forthcoming with your inquiry, Wang Wei responded. And if I have to be honest, I don't understand why, back then, your association succumbed to Time Eater's pressure and handed over the artifact. It's your fault you're in the current situation. The president immediately lowered his head. His and the association's greatest shame was handing over that artifact. Back then, Elder Chun had just injured her existence to fall to the Empyrean realm, and he was a young and inexperienced association president. So when Time Eater and the others showed up, pressured him with their cultivation, and even used the two sons' names, he crumbled under the pressure and gave them the artifact. Elder Chun was enraged after she left seclusion, and if not for the further instability the association would suffer from a sudden change in power, he would have long been replaced. Over the years, the president has worked hard to prove himself, and Elder Chun saw it and rewarded him by not firing him. However, from that day on, his power was at an all-time low in the association. We indeed have ourselves to blame, Elder Chun sighed. She motioned her hand, and someone approached to deliver the blood to Wang Wei. He checked it before placing it away with a nod. Thank you, and my words from people still count. We appreciate that. Tong Ruobing escorted Wang Wei out before returning to the banquet room. The atmosphere was depressed since they did not achieve any of their set-out tasks. You know him better than us, Elder said as she looked at Tong Ruobing. What do you think? He took it, Tong Ruobing replied without hesitation. Are you sure? The president asked as a mirror manifested in his hand. The mirror of truth did not find any information. What makes you say that? Elder Chun asked. Intuition. How is that useful? The president almost rolled his eyes. Wang Wei's nature is greedy, but it's a calculated greed, Tong Ruobing stated. When he does something, it's usually for two purposes: benefiting himself or benefiting his sect or the people he cares for. As soon as he learned of the artifact's existence, he would have planned to get his hands on it. But doesn't he know this artifact is the kind of thing that we are willing to war over? The president asked. Are you saying he's willing to force his sect into a war for greed? How is that benefiting his sect? Oh, he knows, Tong Ruobing replied. And with his political savvy, he knows the ramifications of his actions. He knows better than to break the balance between the overlords. Tong Ruobing shook his head. Although the Dao Opening sect would decimate the association in a war, the other overlords would not allow this to happen since the foundation of the association would only increase the Dao Opening sect's overall strength. Then what's his purpose? He wants to copy it, Tong Ruobing answered. He did the same with the Enlightening Emperor Academy's Dao tablets in the lower dimension. Can that artifact be even copied? the president asked. Yes, it can, Elder Chen said. With miscellaneous skill, ample resources, and a bit of luck, they might do it. That's why he's denying it, Tong Ruobing continued. He's buying time to wait for their returns. The room was briefly quiet until the president asked, So what do we do now? Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Lazy SageDAO if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1475 A Little Restless. 1475 A Little Restless. Since we know he has it, can we demand its return? An elder asked. Don't say such a stupid thing. We know he has it, but where is the proof? So that's it. Do we have to wait until the ancestor returns to get it back? But even then, will he hand it over before he copies it? No, we must do something, Elder Chen said before looking at Tong Ruobing. How strong are you compared to Wang Wei? His strength has always been higher, and given that his cultivation is much higher than mine, I doubt I have a chance at winning. Tong Ruobing replied truthfully. What about if you have a primal weapon? Elder Chen asked. Do we have such a thing? We were forced to seal it during the moon's reign, but it can still be used, Elder Chen admitted. Tong Ruobing pondered. Does the Dao opening sect have a similar weapon? Or one close to that level? They should, Elder Chen answered. Then unless you can prevent them from using, it won't make much of a difference, she analyzed. That is a shame. Elder Chen sighed. Tong Ruobing was their most powerful fighter, and even if she were at her peak, Elder Chen did not think she could defeat her. So that's it? The president asked. Diplomacy has failed, and force is not an option. There is nothing we can do directly about the artifact, she sighed deeply. Directly? Meaning there is something we can do? The president swiftly asked. There are currently countless loose cultivators whose pride and sense of self have been inflated after becoming paragons. Elder Chen muttered slowly. It's only a matter of time before one of these imbeciles thinks they are strong enough to challenge an overlord given our current weakened state. If these people discovered we were missing our luck artifact, they would think we were weak and emboldened to choose us as their target. We need to nip this kind of thinking in the bud. You want to stage a demonstration of strength? The president asked. That's right. Who's the target? The Southern Chu dynasty, Elder Chen answered calmly. We have the perfect excuse, so why not use it? They are the perfect target, the president agreed. But our research revealed some connection between them and the Qin court. What if they intervene? It will depend on Binger, Elder Chen replied, looking at Tong Ruobing. Are you more powerful than the Qin court's new paragons? There was one prince who was slightly talented, but I doubt he would be much of a problem, Tong Ruobing answered. Good. You only need to assess the situation. If you think you can win, be aggressive and teach the Qin court a lesson. Don't push it too far since we are only sending a message. However, if he's a real problem, you can back up a little and give them face. I understand, Tong Ruobing nodded. Do you want me to deploy now? No, wait a little while, Elder Chen uttered. The trial has just ended, so let's observe the situation a little while before we move. In that case, call me when you think it's appropriate. Wang Wei slowly returned home. With each step he took in the void, he would teleport millions of light years away. While traveling, he was deep in thought about the meeting. All this talk about the luck artifact reminded me of this treasure's origin, Wang Wei thought. By now, people knew how the association inherited some of the luck of the Eternal Dao sect. It also reminded me of the fact the Sword Path League has also used a synonym of the word, Dao, in their name. There are no records of their association with the Eternal Dao sect, so which destiny did they inherit that Heavenly Dao did not punish them for using that name? Wang Wei remembered the League's request to Yanhai, and how they seemed almost desperate. At first, I was a little tempted to convince the ancestor, but now, I'm starting to think a greater secret is at play here. Wang Wei shook his head. He decided to tell the ancestor everything since the choice was not up to him in the end. The future wife said she participated in the Eternal Dao sect's ruin, Wang Wei contemplated. During that time, the First Origin War had long ended, A few of the older generations were already primal, and Wu Hong was a young and promising paragon. She said she received a book that was a comprehensive analysis of runes, but she didn't mention any luck, Wang Wei analyzed. However, given her relationship with the Skill Path Association, there is a chance she also inherited a small part, hence the primary source of their confrontation. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. If that's true, she may be able to absorb the association into the Origin Seal continent. If Wu Hong becomes the catastrophe's first transcendent, she will need to increase the foundation of the Origin Seal continent. And what better way to do it than swallowing the Skill Path Association? I'm sure she's thought of that and maybe even planned for it, Wang Wei thought with a smirk before rushing home. As soon as he arrived, Wang Wei did not rush to utilize the blood. Instead, he turned invisible and undetectable before approaching the flame blacksmith. Without the latter's awareness, Wang Wei cast a spiritual hint into his soul to slowly forget about the existence of the Dao Path tablet. Although Wang Wei could erase his memory, a roundabout approach was more effective than a direct one. After all, regardless of anything, the flame blacksmith was a boundless paragon, and Wang Wei's soul Dao had not reached the paragon tier yet. After ensuring there were no issues, he returned to his manor. He snapped his finger, and a shadowy figure appeared before him. Matriarch Xia Huan had chosen someone to serve him until she completed her cultivation. Tell your matriarch that her first job is to keep an eye on Flame Blacksmith. As you wish. The shadow disappeared, and Wang Wei started his work. He observed the blood intently, and had to admit the association did a great job in the purification process. They used numerous methods, including purification arrays, source cleansing talismans, transformative artifacts, and flame purifying pills. There are even signs of other profession Dao methods of purification, Wang Wei observed. However, it's not good enough. At the existence level, Wang Wei still noticed some hidden sections of this blood. For example, he learned that whoever is the original source of this blood can use it to spy on others. In other words, Tulhun can spy on all its believers or people who are tainted by its power/blood. We can't have that, Wang Wei muttered before starting his own purification. He has discovered the best way to affect or influence the existence is through acupoints techniques. However, this was a pile of blood with no acupoints. It took a moment to devise a method. He plans to create an acupoint technique that uses the Bodis atoms. This should work, Wang Wei thought before trying. He locked himself in the room, trying to purify this blood to the best of his ability. However, less than 5 years after his retreat, he sensed something and looked into the distance. Cong stood opposite Paragon Jimin, and they were about to clash. The loose cultivators attacked the academy as well, and if I remember correctly, Jimin did not give them much face despite knowing Cong had a high chance of also becoming a paragon, Wang Wei analyzed. Now it's revenge time? He observed these two closely with squinted eyes. No, I have a feeling that it's not that simple. Ever since the trial, I have this feeling that Cong is slightly restless. The battle was anticlimactic. Cong easily suppressed Jimin and Old Ma, forcing the prideful paragon to ask for help from Shu Ni Wanzu, the current ruler of the Southern Chu dynasty. The former third prince came to repay his karma, but his presence made no difference. Cong defeated 3 paragons in a shocking display of power. Furthermore, he even captured Jimin and Old Ma, leaving the third prince to run away and hide under the protection of his dynasty's Qi luck. Cong did not run after him, but made a public declaration. He first apologized for his actions, revealing why he acted in such a bold fashion, unbecoming of his character as a scholar. He followed that by inviting all the loose cultivators who had proven the Dao to become paragon to a seminar held by his Emperor Enlightening Academy. He told them there were many secrets of the paragon realm, which these lineages kept to themselves, and he was willing to educate everyone. He's definitely planning something, Wang Wei thought to himself before snapping his finger to summon his shadow. Activate our spies in the academy. I need to know what he's planning. As you order. Wang Wei continued his work, but less than 2 years later, another major fight took place. Tong Ruobing flew to the Southern Chu dynasty, destroyed it, and captured Shu Nianzhu. After these 2 events, more small-scale confrontations occurred all over the world. The lock hasn't been removed yet, And these people are already fighting each other. Wang Wei shook his head. He wanted to ignore them but couldn't. He needed to ensure supreme unity was not secretly sowing discord as a last desperate attempt to return to the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1476 The Stealers and Lin Fan's Woe. 1476 The Stealers and Lin Fan's Woe. Emperor Cong teleported to a hidden jail underneath the academy. He slowly walked toward Paragon Jimin's location. The latter was hung in the hair with 2 chains connected to his left and right hands. Jimin was in a terrible state, but his aura remained fierce and steadfast. Well, have you changed your mind? Cong asked calmly. However, the only answer he received was a mouthful of spit that was wiped away by the prison's protective barrier. Cong remained composed. He was not rattled in the slightest by the latter's action. Your follower, that old man, Cong continued. He chose to bow down as long as you're alive. He's quite loyal, isn't he? Why don't you reward his loyalty and follow in his footsteps? Jimin stared at him. He was not surprised that old Ma would bargain for his life. However, that old man was used to serving others all his life, so his choice was understandable. However, Jimin refused to bow down to anyone. He did not bow down to the moons or the 2 suns, so he would not bow down to Cong of all people. Oh Jimin, you are an ambitious man who wants to rise to the top of this world with your own talent and effort. Cong stated in a strangely eerie but calm voice. Unfortunately, you are a wild cultivator with little to no knowledge or foundation. Look what's in my hand. Cong's palm contained a strange rune design that was releasing the aura of time. Jimin's eyes turned red. Yes, it's your time mark. It took a little while, but your ability to protect is subpar, to say the least. Cong was not only cultivating during the trial, but also training. After knowing the Battle Tower's ability, he used that opportunity to make up for his academy's lack of knowledge regarding battles between paragons. Things don't have to go this far, Cong explained. You will be a grand teacher in the academy with immense power. And if you want to be the headmaster, I have no issue allowing you to compete. I can even have it in writing to give you a fair opportunity. Together, we can build a lineage that will take its place at the top in the upcoming catastrophe. Unfortunately, all this grand soliloquy got Cong was a second round of spit, making him sigh deeply. So, you would rather die than surrender? Even those 2 beings beyond our scope of understanding didn't make me bow down, and you think death will? I'm offended you thought this would work, Jimin sneered. Oh, I knew the chances were small, Cong admitted. However, Jimin did not appreciate his calmness and felt a sense of foreboding. I only thought I would try one last time. If you're going to kill me, do it and stop all this talking. It's getting boring. I can't kill you, Cong said in a gentle voice. My academy has just started to prosper, so I can't bear the backlash of killing the first paragon of the previous era, at least, not yet. So you want to torture me until I give in? Jimin sneered. You keep underestimating me, and it's disgusting. You and I know there are fates worse than death, and while torture is one of them, it will not be my approach, Cong continued. You said all this talking was boring. In that case, how about I show you? He snapped his finger, and the surroundings changed. Jimin realized he was at the top of a pagoda with millions of arrays forming a path underneath him, leading to the lower rooms in the pagoda. At the bottom was a young man cultivating. His body was releasing an aura that he could not mistake even in his dream. That's you. Meet the Academy's first stealer, Cong stated with shining eyes. Created from your Tao of thievery, they will become an elite dark force, stealing resources, knowledge, information, identities, and life. You motherf ********* bastard, Jimin yelled. How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Cong asked with a scoff. Knowing that I never needed you in the first place. You would have been the final jewel on my crown, but your existence was only to make things appear more authentic. Emperor Cong shook his head before calmly walking away. Once someone meets the requirement, they will swallow everything you have, including your luck and destiny. Only then will you truly become useless, and he'll grant you your wish of death. Cong's parting words echoed in the pagoda, even suppressing the sound of rattling chains. Those spies are getting annoying, Sushar sighed. The academy currently has 4 boundless paragons, technically 5, including her. Her teacher is the headmaster, and is busy with his affairs. Paragon 9 Death was sent out to contact other factions and send invitations to the upcoming seminar, leaving Su Shi and Lin Fan to protect the academy. However, Lin Fan has been distracted, leaving all the work to Su Shi. She flew to their residence, where she saw him staring into the distance with a daze. Su Shi frowned before approaching. All right, I can't keep silent anymore. I thought I should give you space and you would come to me when you were ready to talk, but now, I think I made the wrong choice by not being direct. So, what is going on? Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face. He has seen it for over 10,000 yuan epochs, but still finds her as stunning as the first day they met. He sighed before taking Su Shi into his embrace. I can feel it. She's about to ascend. You're talking about Suya? Is that why you've been in a hurry? Did something happen during your time-washing tribulation? No, you were in this state before the tribulation. Yes and no, Lin Fan answered. My hatred for her was almost exploited during the tribulation, but it only fueled my drive and hatred for her. Su Shi did not want hatred and rage to drive him, but she understood that some things cannot be forgiven. Is that it? Is that why you've been acting differently? I know you hate her, but if you let her existence affect you so much, I'm afraid it won't be long before you develop a heart demon. It's incredibly difficult for people of their cultivation realm to develop heart demons, but it will be a nightmare once they do. The heart demon will literally turn Lin Fan into a mad devil cultivator, driven only by his desire to kill Suya. And if he succeeds in this endeavor, he won't magically turn back. He will blame someone else for his problems instead and transfer that hatred to them. Then he will repeat the pattern, trying to fill an emptiness in his soul for all of eternity. The teacher already talked to me about that. Lin Fan shook his head. So what is it? During the trial, I've been thinking about my child. Lin Fan said, tightening his embrace slightly. I was looking forward to the Paragon realm because it meant I could see her again. However, I had a prophetic dream that something terrible would happen to her after the revival. That's why I've been so desperate to increase my realm and be as strong as fast as possible. Su Shi listened attentively, her brow furrowed deeply. Prophetic dream? My intuition warned me of something wrong, so I tried to look into the future. After failing, I considered combining dream and time Dao for a better divination. What did you see exactly? It was vague, but I was fighting desperately to protect someone. I could see what the person looked like, or I was fighting, but I knew she was my daughter. You were also there, fighting by my side, but I couldn't see anyone else. Su Shi's brow furrowed deeper. I'm afraid things are not so simple. 2333. Remember what Wang Wei said about your connection with the chaos demon gods? Are you saying they've been influencing me? Lin Fan asked in a severe tone. All signs have shown that the upcoming catastrophe will involve beings on their level, meaning this is the best opportunity for their return, Su Shi analyzed. And what better way to prepare than to start activating their pawns? What better way to control you than through your hatred of Suya and love for your daughter? Lin Fan clenched his hands so tightly that the space around him twisted. Su Shi even felt some of the power. Luckily, they were both body refiners in the Elder Fiend God realm. Calm down, she said as she turned to face him. She gently caressed his face. Getting angry and losing control will not help us. I know, Lin Fan sighed. But what am I supposed to do? I can't just suddenly let go of my hatred. I can't just pretend I don't want to see my daughter. And no one is asking you to do that, Su Shi reassured him. The catastrophe will be dangerous and chaotic, meaning many variables will exist. Variables mean opportunities. Opportunities for us to triumph over our fate. Lin Fan looked her in the eyes before gently placing his forehead on hers. I don't know what I would do without you. I've asked myself the same question many times. The couple chuckled before sharing a passionate kiss. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1477 The Second Piece. 1477 The second piece. Wang Wei's atom acupoint technique was successful, but he was not satisfied with the final outcome. He noticed a few places in the blood's existence that he could not understand, let alone remove. Things never go as planned, Wang Wei complained before thinking of Plan B. Numerous magic circles materialized in front of him before entering his body. The best solution to this problem was to sacrifice his body. He will accelerate the effect of the blood from his soul before abandoning his body and recondensing a new one. 3 million years passed outside, but Wang Wei spent 30 million years with this project using the sect's best time acceleration array. Of these 30 million years, he only spent 2 million years purifying the blood, and the rest was spent placing magic circles on his body to isolate the blood's effect on his soul. Now everything is ready, Wang Wei muttered as he walked out of his cultivation room. As soon as he left, two people came to see him, Wang Qi and Shi Huan. Let's start with you, he said, looking at Wang Qi. Is everything prepared? Yes, the sect has prepared a grand source pool for you to condense a new body. Grand source pool? I thought they would use some qi from the source qi space, Wang Wei commented. Grand source pool can only be artificially created by Emperor Path cultivators by gathering and preserving the power from the Grand Tao source. It's the purest form of energy/power in the world, but it takes too long to make these pools. Only the best for you, Wang Qi replied with a smile. Good. What about the unsoiled body pill? It's ready, Wang Qi nodded. But what do you need that for? Wang Qi only recently learned this pill was something Supreme Elders, Peak Paragons, used, so he was intrigued. I'm just being cautious, Wang Wei replied. He may not need the pill, but he needed to prepare just in case. What about you? Anything to report? A few noteworthy things, Xia Huan answered. Our spy could not get much information from the academy since Cong has kept everything tight. We know that Old Ma has surrendered, and he captured Jimin for a grand plan. But that's all. I'm getting intrigued about what he's planning, Wang Wei commented. Isn't it obvious? He's trying to build his academy, Wang Qi commented. That's just surface level, Wang Wei shook his head. He has something planned that will make achieving his goal easier. He did not have enough information to deduce something concrete, so Wang Wei was left with simulating thousands of possibilities. How did the seminar go? He asked. By all measures, it was a success, Xia Huan answered. He recruited many loose cultivators, and the rest owed him a karmic debt. The academy's luck thrived afterward. Did anyone try to interfere? Yes, there was a small disruption, but Cong showed his might by easily suppressing it, Xia Huan replied. Were there people behind the disruptors? Yes, but they left no traces, Xia Huan continued. The way there was absolutely no trace does indicate that it was likely one of the 13. In any other era, they would not allow Cong to so easily spread knowledge that can improve the overall strength of these loose cultivators, Wang Wei commented before sneezing. Especially the Limitless Exchange Hall. Cong's stunt has prevented them from exploiting these loose cultivators with that knowledge. Isn't Cong worried about offending so many people? A shuffle is coming and the overlords, especially the weaker ones, are wary of any faction with potential to reach their level, Wang Qi said. They will be wary of him whether he likes it or not, so why worry? Wang Wei chuckled. On the contrary, now that the overlords are in a weakened state, it is the perfect time for him to act with impunity. Are you saying he'll do even more? Wang Qi asked. Most definitely, Wang Wei nodded. He's just waiting for the right time, which I'm about to give him. He's waiting for you to be occupied, Wang Qi said with shining eyes. If I guess correctly, his next target should be the weaker academies with little to no affiliations. And if he has the balls, he'll also target the large academies. But those are affiliations of the Grand Sect Alliance. Wang Qi asked. It's a calculated move, Wang Wei said. The Grand Sect Alliance will need to recuperate after the lock. Their primals will take some time to return to their peak, time that Cong will need to become a primal. That seems a little too bold, Wang Qi frowned. Even if he succeeds, he'll only be one primal against 5. He alone is enough, Wang Wei replied. As long as he used the threat of possibly joining another overlord, especially us, it should be enough to stop the Grand Sect Alliance and buy him enough time. However, a bolder approach would be for Lin Fan, Su Shi, and Nine Death to become primal around the same time as him. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he caught an inspiration. He remembered the conversation he had with Cong at the academy. So, that's what he is planning. That explains why he was so eager to rapidly increase his realm or save these people. He wanted to build momentum for his case. Have you figured it out? Wang Qi asked. Well, what is it? Wang Wei did not answer him, but looked in the distance instead. Want to fight with me? Lucky for you, I never planned to continue holding that burden again. Wang Qi wanted an answer, but he knew the patriarch long enough to know when he's willing to talk and when he won't. So he could only sigh to himself. Lord, do you need me to put more people in Cong's academy? Yes, Wang Wei nodded. He wanted to give Cong the illusion that he knew nothing of his goal, and wanted to find out at all costs. Anything else to report? There have been small-scale confrontations between the demon race and the innate demon gods. Already, they've controlled themselves, but it appeared war might immediately start after the lock. Those two factions know destiny has arrived to finally determine victory between them, Wang Wei sighed. However, it's a stupid move to start fighting before we know what the upcoming catastrophe is. Wang Wei realized he may have to play peacemaker between these two. Although he also has plans to eliminate his competitors, that's only after knowing what the sect will be facing and how to survive. Wait, I don't have to play peacemaker since their ancestors will return, and should understand the current need for peace, he realized. Ever since the lock, his mind has been functioning based on taking on all the world's burdens. However, after the lock, there will be plenty of people capable of helping/protecting the world. I remember the association destroyed the Southern Chu dynasty. What happened to the third prince? He escaped, Xiaohuan replied. Escaping from Tong Ribing's hands? Was she sloppy, or is he that capable? Wang Wei muttered. Did the Qin court hide him? Our spy did not send news of any changes in the court, Xiaohuan replied truthfully. Keep an eye out, Wang Wei ordered. Since they had nothing else to report, Wang Wei dismissed them. A few minutes later, Yu Tsong came to report to him about the Qin prime minister. The Qin court bowed their heads and paid to get their prime minister back. Yu Tsong even successfully negotiated 3 times the asking price Wang Wei set. After dealing with these affairs, Wang Wei finally had some free time, and he waved his hand to summon a prisoner, Wrath. After the latter proved the Tao to become a paragon, he captured and imprisoned her. Wrath looked at him coldly. I'm doing this for your own good, Wang Wei said. How is this for my good? Because I know you're still a person who acts emotionally despite your cultivation realm. Wang Wei replied. Don't tell me you didn't plan to rush into that woman's lair and try to rescue these people despite knowing her strength? I'm not weak anymore. At worst, I can escape. You've proven my point, Wang Wei sighed. Alright, I'm in a hurry, Wang Wei said. Your adopted father should have left a means of protection for you in case I didn't keep my word to protect you. It's time to use it. Wrath stared at him, but Wang Wei did not care. Instead, he handed her a talisman containing his power of nothingness and an information talisman. I hope we won't need it, but just in case, this talisman contains Plan B in case negotiation fails. Wrath read the information and her eyes immediately shone brightly. When do we start? After I'm done dealing with a pest, Wang Wei replied. I'll be waiting. Wang Wei granted her access to his manor and mountain, but she was still not allowed to leave. He still did not trust her. Then he headed directly to the second piece he needed to remove the lock, Time Eater. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1478 The Battle of Time Wielders begin. 1478 The Battle of Time Wielders begin Void Battlefield. Mithriya and Supreme Unity's vessels were crashing, but suddenly stopped. They simultaneously checked on the Eternal Ascension world, watching as Wang Wei flew toward Time Eater. It has begun, Mithriya said with a smile. To be exact, Monk Wuxia was the one who smiled, but his demeanor or mannerism was that of his teacher. What? Unwilling now that you're about to lose the game. No one knows who will be the final winner until the end, Seven Cauldron replied coldly. You have lost this game, and you know it, Monk Wuxia said, glaring at the cracks in Seven Cauldron's face. Wang Wei has done many things that he does not know whether they were useful, but they are. For example, he killed Seven Cauldron's son, the first son, out of paranoia and to prevent Supreme Unity from having another vessel. This was the best choice he could have made. Being a vessel is complex, especially for higher dimensional beings like themselves. Not everyone can be a vessel. Feng Heng and Wuxia became Mithriya's vessels due to their high spiritual attainments and their deep karma with her. Supreme Unity chose Seven Cauldron because she was his descendant and was created by him. However, after pushing her body and soul to the limit, Seven Cauldron had reached her limit. She could no longer sustain Supreme Unity's essence. Normally, the first son would have been his backup, just like Monk Wuxia was for Mithriya. But Wang Wei had the latter assassinated, leaving Supreme Unity with no choice but to try his best to preserve Seven Cauldron for as long as possible. Seven Cauldron stared at him without uttering another word. However, Monk Wuxia did not care. What a terrible fate that poor little girl has endured. All she wanted was your approval. After knowing the connection between the two, Mithriya checked on Seven Cauldron's past. That's when she learned Supreme Unity created Seven Cauldrons during his search for his transcendent path. The resulting experiment granted Seven Cauldron such a pure power of yin-yang that her sex was fluid, as she could change between man and woman. However, the fact that she could not control this power as a child also meant she was a failed experiment, so Supreme Unity essentially abandoned her after a few million years of observation. Moving on to the next experiment. Seven Cauldron had no direct relationship with her father until the Moon Council. Before that, she tried her best to become powerful enough to gain his approval. But sadly, after becoming a paragon, her talent had dried up, and she made zero progress. So, when Supreme Unity called her to join the castle, she readily agreed despite knowing he probably only needed someone he could control. Seven Cauldron thought they would gain Supreme Unity's acknowledgement as long as they did a good enough job at the council, but the next time they met, their father had fused with Heavenly Tao, becoming even colder and more indifferent. After everything, her fate is to be used by you before being discarded. In the end, the poor lad could not escape the sea of suffering known as this world. Monk Wuxia sighed. Are you done? Seven Cauldron asked coldly. Yes, and it's time to end this. Mithriya knew she had made a mistake in how she handled everything. However, a small part of her is not sorry for the decision she made. The sense of dread she felt after realizing that Time Eater would bring catastrophe to the world is something she would never forgive. The only reason she regrets her decision to put all her focus into searching the infinite trichiliocosm is that she failed to find the source of that danger. Regardless of how she felt about that decision or the consequences, Mithriya knew she had to focus and ensure she made no mistakes from now on. So she glanced at Seven Cauldron, no Supreme Unity, and rushed in. She had one goal: to force this vessel to its end. Supreme Unity knew what fate awaited this vessel and tried to turn the situation, but it was useless. Even his desperate attempt to take Mithriya's vessel with him failed. As Mithriya watched, Seven Cauldron's body disappeared, followed by her soul and existence. She sighed in relief. Then a look of grief flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, disciple, but I must also sacrifice you. Her only objective for preserving the vessel was to help Wang Wei with his plan to destroy the lock. Wang Wei arrived before the seal. He saluted the guards before looking at the enormous creature before him. Two enormous eyes opened, glancing at him. So it has finally come to this, Time Eater said. His body slowly reduced in size as he transformed into his human shape. It appears so. Wang Wei nodded. A battle to determine the fate of the world, huh? I'm not the kind of person who chases after excitement, but I must say, this is quite exciting, Time Eater chuckled. The amusement on his face strengthened his calmness and confidence. We can all use a little theatric in our life, once in a while, Wang Wei replied. True. So, what are you waiting for? I know this is pointless, but I must try. After all, I consider myself a man of words before actions, Wang Wei stated. Is it too late to ask you to stop all this nonsense? There is still a chance you can save your life. Confident, aren't you? Time Eater smiled. Unfortunately, I know I won't lose. Are you in too deep? Tell me what you did, and maybe there is a way out. What's with all this talking? Let's get this fight started. Wang Wei frowned. All right, how about a different approach? Let's make a wager. If I win this fight, you tell me what you did. You're an expert at fishing for information, Time Eater laughed. Unfortunately, your methods are useless to me. Is that so? Wang Wei sighed. Communication was useless, so that only left fighting to resolve this situation. Wang Wei slowly flew into the seal, facing Time Eater directly. The two titans released their aura, and the clash sent shockwaves and energy waves in the shape of lightning. His existence is foggy, Wang Wei thought, instantly raising his alert to the highest level. Time Eater was only a regular paragon with an 8-heaven cultivation, so how come he has the technique to hide his existence? No, that's not even the crux of the problem, Wang Wei analyzed. Maitreya or Supreme Unity should be able to observe his existence. So why was no one suspicious of him then? Supreme Unity would never have trusted someone he could not see through to rule the Moon Council. Even more so for Maitreya. The only explanation is that whatever disguise he used before could not be kept for whatever reason. The seal should not have this effect, so what did this bastard do? Whose pawn are you? Wang Wei suddenly asked. The Genesis Age creatures? The Chaos Demon Gods? People from the Lost Age? The failed transcendence of the Old Ages? Or something else? What nonsense are you talking about? I thought the talking had ended. Time Eater sneered. He did not wait for Wang Wei to continue speaking, and went on the offensive. Time Eater teleported before Wang Wei and punched him. Wang Wei felt a tremendous pressure and he evaded. Elder Fiend God 10 Heaven. He hid deeply, Wang Wei analyzed. He used a technique to boost his fleshly body's strength before clashing directly with Time Eater. I am so envious, Time Eater said. I searched everywhere for the Mortalhood Trials token, or any token to these rare trials in primordial chaos, but I found nothing. Do you know how hard it is to thrive in the world when destiny is against you? Their clashes opened the earth, tore the sky apart, destroyed the environment, and crushed all signs of civilization. Luckily, Time Eater's seal removed all the inhabitants living in his domain to prevent him from using them to escape. Without any life to worry about, and the seal isolated their battle to one area. These two fought without restraints. What happened to no more talk? Wang Wei asked. I can't help it. I've held so much in for so long, and now that everything is about to come to fruition, I can't help but release some of the pressure. Time Eater replied. Don't worry, I'm still in control. I won't release any useful information. Wang Wei sneered to himself. Unless they have personal and deep experience, most people, even extremely intelligent ones, cannot fathom the true horror of a Tao overlord. What people perceive as useless information can turn into the most profound mysteries or secrets in the hands of a Tao overlord. So, if Time Eater wanted to talk, he would not stop him. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Lazy Sage Dao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1479 Tit For Tat. 1479 Tit For Tat. His fighting skills are weird, Wang Wei thought. Are they from another chaos world? Chaos worlds have different cultivation systems, and even after Tier 10, where everything blends together, the influence of the mortal stages of cultivation has not disappeared. That's why Wang Wei felt Time Eater's skills were odd. It's as if he had spent most of his time influenced by a foreign cultivation system and skill set. No, I've seen other worlds' fighting skills, and by their standard, there is something still odd about Time Eater, Wang Wei analyzed. How can I describe it? Foreign? Ancient? It would make sense if those ancient powerhouses trained him. Wang Wei's theory that he was one of these creatures' pawns is getting more attractive. The clashes continued, each individual analyzing the other. He's powerful with well-mastered skills, Time Eater thought. However, it's apparent that he's young and lacks fighting experience. The number of worthy opponents he's faced in the same realm can be counted on one hand. He's made up for his lack of experience with his ability to learn and adapt to any situation, meaning the longer this fight goes on, the lesser chance I have at winning. Now that Time Eater had an inkling of his opponent's capabilities, it was time to stop testing the water. He waved his hand to manifest time chains that surrounded Wang Wei, with each string capable of aging the essence of their target. In other words, Wang Wei's body and soul will age, thus weakening him in the process. Wang Wei calmly watched the chains, deciding his next course of action. Instead of evading, he chose to counter, or to be precise, bouncing and returning them to their creators. However, Time Eater seemed to have predicted his move. As soon as he countered, Time Eater countered his counter, even increasing the string's potency in the first place. Wang Wei did not hesitate to redirect these chains by opening space-time tears that led to other dimensions. However, with a thought, a time corridor appeared to guide these chains to their original destination. Wang Wei changed tactics to evading, but the chain's number drastically increased and instantly cornered him, leaving no room for any escape maneuver. So, he used Dao Freedom to be free of any chains, shackles, or restraints from time. Wang Wei's reaction was excellent, but not good enough. Right before the chains touched him, they suddenly changed their properties. They switched from a pure Time Dao technique to a physical technique powered by Time Dao. The chains became tangible materials powered by the energy from the river of time. Wang Wei's body flew a few meters away, but before he could hit anything or even react, another chain hit him. For a few seconds, his body was swung away worse than children playing with ragdolls. How terrifying was the weight of the river of time? Wang Wei did not know, but given how easily it tore apart his nothingness skin shield and devastated his body, it was a terrifying number. Despite his terrible situation or the pain, Wang Wei's mind did not falter. Since the opponent could use the weight of the river of time, couldn't he too? Wang Wei went even further and added the river of fate in the equation. With one punch, he tore apart these chains. The intensity of his attack did not stop here as it rushed toward Time Eater. The former ruler of the Moon Council displayed his mastery of time. He channeled twice the amount of power from the river of time than Wang Wei to counter this punch. While doing all this, he also condensed new time chains to entangle Wang Wei, who copied him by creating time chains of his own. The chains confront each other, sending temporal waves with devastating effects on the surrounding environment. Trees suddenly aged and withered, the temperature changed due to a sudden change in season. Houses suddenly disappeared after being lost to time. New landscapes materialized out of nowhere, and time echoes of different eras superimposed on certain areas. Fast learner, isn't he? Time Eater thought as he watched Wang Wei stole his technique by learning from him. He remained calm since he expected this to happen. A sword condensed before him, and Time Eater took a stance for a quick drawing strike. He then moved so fast that he resembled an intense white light cutting through heaven and earth. Time Eater manipulated time so that it had one purpose: to reach his destination as fast as possible. Did he manipulate his surroundings to a time in which there was no friction to hinder endless acceleration? Yes. Did he skip into the future to arrive at his destination? Yes. Did he gather kinetic energy across space-time to boost his speed? Yes, he did. His technique used time in all ways that could increase his speed. Time Eater moved so fast that Wang Wei could barely perceive him, but even that did not matter since his body could not react. However, Wang Wei had seen his father's battle with Ji Langfan, and had the experience on how to deal with these speed freaks. As soon as Time Eater's acceleration reached a level beyond his reflexes, Wang Wei's body, like a program, instinctively released a Fate Domain technique. The domain influenced any dangerous attack coming his way, manipulating them to have only one outcome: miss him. Time Eater's sword shaved off the left side of his hair, but the sword did not damage him in the slightest. However, what Wang Wei saw was not surprising or a thoughtful Time Eater thinking of his next move. He saw a smirk. Do you know why my title is Time Eater? Well, I guess you'll find out soon. A terrifying sense of dread enveloped Wang Wei, and he wanted nothing but to distance himself from his opponent. His body even tried to move on its own to protect him, but it was useless. A large mouth materialized from Time Eater's body and ate a mouthful of white clouds from Wang Bo's body. Time Eater was not playing around. As soon as the creature succeeded in its sneak attack, 13 white swords more than 15 meters tall materialized above the sky, positioning themselves in what appeared to be a ceiling formation. Wang Bo looked at these swords, panic flashing in his eyes. What should I do? What should I do? Is this an attack? Or a seal? Which is it? And how do I respond to either? As the panic was about to settle in, his intuition, not the one built from his long cultivation journey but the innate talent he had even back on Earth, kicked in, and he realized something. His thoughts were weird. Wang Bo believed in his situation, so he calmed down and analyzed his thoughts. Then it hit him. Damn it, this bastard ate my experience. Time Eater's attack essentially ate all of the battle experience Wang Bo had gathered during his cultivation journey. Such a subtle manipulation of time and history was truly brilliant, mainly since it targeted one of Wang Bo's weaknesses. Without his experience, Wang Bo was similar to a recluse cultivator who focuses only on increasing their realm and has fought less than 20 battles in their entire life. He had numerous spells, skills, and techniques at his disposal, but he did not know which was the best to use in any situation. What a frustrating feeling, Wang Bo complained. He knew time was running out, and he understood he should have a way to deal with the situation. But his mind immediately became chaotic when he tried. He became indecisive and full of fear of making the wrong choice. Since I can't decide, let's rely on my intuition, Wang Bo thought. His body moved on its own as he activated his Fate Shackle innate talent, putting a shackle on Time Eater's maw, changing the fact that it ate his experience. Instead, the mouth took his lifespan. Due to the nature of this chaos universe, lifespan is both the most important thing and the most useless. It's crucial to the mortal stage of cultivation, and all sentient beings fight desperately for it. However, at the immortal stage, it's useless. Wang Bo knew this and took full advantage of this fact. His action was correct for the situation, but there were repercussions. His hair turned gray-white, his body became thin, almost like a mummy. Age spots materialized all over his body, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Even his eyes became slightly murky. Additionally, his action only dealt with the time-eating technique, not the time-sealing swords heading toward him with unparalleled speed. Wang Bo calmly raised his head to look at these swords. His eyes seemed to contain endless wisdom. Was he wise, or just the result of his current appearance? Well, it didn't matter. All things must come to an end, including time, Wang Bo uttered. The sealed domain turned black, and the 13 swords slowly dissipated. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Lazy SageDAO creators thought if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1480 Intensifying Battle. Time Eater's face changed. His attack, why is it so potent? Has he already developed a unique skill? He observed the darkness around, along with the dissipation of his attack. No, he hasn't reached that level yet. However, his attacks have a similar power to those of these beings' descendants. Wang Bo turned to look at him. You also cannot escape death. A colossal scythe materialized between heaven and earth, descending toward Time Eater to reap him. What a joke, Time Eater sneered. I've transcended time, let alone death. Time Eater summoned a projection of the river of time above him before transforming into an enormous fish with a wingspan of 30 kilometers. He flew into the river, which morphed into armor around the fish. The scythe and fish clashed, releasing a devastating energy wave. A roar echoed between heaven and earth, but it was not from the fish. Instead, the voice was a combination of millions, if not billions, of voices. On the ground, numerous undead creatures materialized as a result of the death energy wave, and roared at the sky before the power of time aged them into oblivion. Boom! Time Eater's body crashed on the ground, annihilating everything it came into contact with. He transformed into his human form as the scythe disappeared. He frowned as he sensed the scar across his chest, releasing a dark and nasty aura. An almost perfect combination of Death Dao with true will, Time Eater analyzed. In other words, a prototype of a Will unique skill. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. However, this was not the time for these emotions, not only because they had no place in the battlefield, but because Wang Wei's next attack was coming. Wang Wei used the concept of death is inevitable, and always arrived to teleport behind Time Eater. And just like he previously experienced overwhelming speed, Time Eater had the same experience. Wang Wei also understood his opponent had a high battle IQ and plenty of experience, so the first thing he did was target his will to resist. His body released a dark aura that instantly killed Time Eater's desire to resist. Then, Wang Wei released a second aura containing the purest and most concentrated power of death. Time Eater's expression became calm and docile, almost as if he were not on the verge of death. Luckily for him, he had prepared automatic defensive measures for an exact situation as this. Past self-protection. A past version of himself that is not in mortal danger will materialize to protect the present version. Time substitute. An alternate version of Time Eater will suffer the damage sustained in the attack. Embrace of time. For a brief period, Time Eater becomes the darling of the river of time, allowing him access to its infinite time energy to mold into a defensive barrier. With all these defensive techniques, Time Eater should have survived this attack, but that was not the truth. The power of death overwhelmed everything in its path to send him to the afterlife. This technique has reached the level of unique skill. Time Eater thought before dying. His death was calm, with his body and soul intact. There were no wounds or injuries, he just died. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's complexion was pale, and in a matter of seconds, he lost all his hair and his body became thinner than a mummy. That was closed, Wang Wei thought. He sacrificed most of his lifespan to boost his attack to that level, meaning he was currently a kindling on the verge of extinction. The irony is that his current state was the best way to use Death Dao, but that would be playing with his life. Everything Wang Wei does was calculated, so he followed up by opening his mouth and swallowing Time Eater's essence to replenish his. His body slowly returned to its normal state while Time Eater's dissipated. As expected, there are some profound means of control deep in his existence, Wang Wei thought. His reckless approach had many purposes, the primary of which was gathering more information. His chronospirit skills are superb, maybe even too good, Wang Wei thought, feeling annoyed at how complicated things would be. Time Eater was one of the keys to removing the lock, meaning his death was essential. To be precise, his time powers and his main body as a time beast are the key to Wang Wei's plan. I can't mess around anymore, Time Eater thought. As the most powerful of the moons, he had access to the most resources, meaning he should have the highest number of longevity resources. However, that was not the case, at least, not anymore. Time Eater had to use most of his life during his infinite trichiliocosm travel. And the one he just lost was the last. A golden crown with a red gem at the center manifested in Time Eater's bun, instantly changing his aura. He became noble, majestic, and regal. The surroundings became brighter as if his existence was the world's light. Luscious trees even appeared on the ground, replacing the world of death and rumble. The power of destiny, Wang Wei frowned. Yes, I am now the son of the eternal ascension world, Time Eater declared in a confident, borderline arrogant line. Besides the two suns, he had the most luck and destiny during the Moon-Sun era. If not for his act of betrayal, his life would have been smooth sailing and prosperous. Previously, all this luck and destiny was wasted on Time Eater, but now he can use them to boost all his attacks, bridging the gap with Wang Wei's techniques that he improved by studying Ji Qingming. Wang Wei observed the world. As a chosen one, the son of an era, he thought he could use his status to reduce Time Eater's luck and destiny, but the latter left no room for him to intervene. At the moment, Time Eater has access to the majority of the world's luck and destiny. Now I understand how he was able to cause a worldwide catastrophe, Wang Wei analyzed. Having access to such a quantity of the world's luck and destiny meant he had a certain authority, which Time Eater could use to cause severe damage. It also did not help if Heavenly Tao was secretly supporting him. Wang Wei did not hesitate to respond. He used his life and death Tao to create a unique mythical creature from his past, black and white impermanence. Samsara, or the underworld, is a well-developed system throughout the chaos universe. meaning the process of leading souls to the afterlife is automatic and does not require a group of creatures for the job. The only exceptions are a few worlds with a ghost cultivation system. In this case, Samsara has ghost messengers to fight these souls and forcefully bring them to their judgment and subsequent afterlife. Wang Wei was inspired to create the black and white impermanence technique after reading about the messengers in his future wife's library. Black and white impermanence was a duo, one dressed in all white with pale skin, and the other in all black with a similar skin color. Under Wang Wei's guidance, they rushed to confront the Time Wraith. As soon as the battle started, it became apparent who had the advantage. Despite fighting two people, the Time Wraith had the overwhelming advantage, proving why it was the judge, jury, and executioner of the River of Time. However, despite being on the losing side, Wang Wei was not discouraged as this battle inspired him. The Time Wrath was an instrumental part of the River of Time. It could be argued that it was part of its ecosystem. So, what if he could modify his black and white impermanence to be the same for Samsara? Unfortunately for him, Time Eater knew his greatest asset was his learning capabilities and his adaptability, meaning he would not give him time to analyze the Time Wraith and learn from it. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Lazy Sage DAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1481. Push to the limit. Time Eater snapped his finger to manifest chains. But this time, his target was not Wang Wei but the Time Wraith. The creature gave him the dirtiest look, its facial expression indicating Time Eater was committing an act of blasphemy on par with Wang Wei. However, Time Eater ignored him and continued his actions. The Time Wraith struggled, but it was useless. Wang Wei ordered his white and black impermanence to interfere, but Time Eater used his Grandmass wheel to create layers of universe as blockage. Everywhere the impermanence passed, these universes died, but it was still useless as Time Eater achieved his objective. The Time Wraith turned into a small gem embedded into his forehead. Time Eater's aura became more ancient, primordial, and noble. His connection to the River of Time had reached the highest level. His strength is reaching the limit of peak paragon, Wang Wei thought. He knew he could not be outdone, so he also started artificially boosting his strength. He first fused the white and black impermanence. In many of their iterations, these two are a single individual, so the concept of unity was already built into the technique that created them. Then, Wang Wei summoned his Earth Emperor crown before putting on the new white and black impermanence. Let's call this false Yama King, Wang Wei thought as he swallowed this artificially created Yama King. His aura also changed, becoming more primordial and deadly. Wang Wei's connection to Samsara had increased. However, this was not the end. Since Time Eater could increase his connection to the River of Time, couldn't he do the same? Without hesitation, Wang Wei summoned his future Buddha self, before using them as a medium to access more power or authority of the River of Time. No, you want, Time Eater said before making a slashing sign with his fingers. A terrifying cut rushed toward the future Buddha self. Wang Wei teleported before the slash, and summoned a hungry ghost to swallow it. However, the attack suddenly became intangible by entering a parallel dimension, leaving a projection. Wang Wei reacted, trying to use his Time Dao to intercept the attack, but it was too late. The slash cut off the future Buddha self's connection before turning into a seal that blocked Wang Wei's future action of synchronizing to the River of Time. Wang Wei was angry, but this emotion lasted less than a microsecond before he controlled it. Instead, he materialized a black gate behind him, and once the thing opened, an ocean of dark red blood rushed out. The Azura Slaughter Ocean contained numerous powers: death, killing, slaughter, and corruption. Wang Wei controlled it to drown Time Eater, but the latter responded by manipulating time to return the ocean to its point of origin. However, Wang Wei showed him that two could play at this game. Before the latter's attack could activate, Wang Wei used his Freedom Dao to make the blood free from any time effect. The blood swallowed the Time Eater, but he reacted by protecting himself with the power of destiny, preventing his body or soul from being affected. However, Wang Wei's target was not him, but his connection to the River of Time. Although he did not want to admit it, Wang Wei knew his connection to samsara was not as deep as Time Eater, so he chose to reduce the latter's. Wang Wei's approach was successful. The Azura slaughter ocean was created from all the killing of the Azura race throughout history, meaning it also contained the resentment and unwillingness of all these creatures killed. That resentment is the ultimate corrosive, and Wang Wei used it to corrode Time Eater's connection. It's still too much for my taste, Wang Wei complained. Time Eater is a time beast and fused with a time wraith, meaning his affinity with Time Dao was probably on par with Wang Wei before removing his Fate Seed status. But now, the ocean corruption has decreased Time River's affinity and connection by a few %. Time Eater did not focus on his loss since it was pointless. Instead, he went on the offensive. He snapped his finger, creating a strange echo, an echo of the past. Time around him appeared to rewind, with trillions of yuan epochs passing in less than a nanosecond. Once the process ended, a strange creature appeared in the world. The creature was a pair of eyes about 20 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and linked through a strange green nerve more than 1 meter thick. The creatures glanced at Wang Wei and its eyes turned red. It appeared as if he was about to release an eye-beam. Is that a Genesis creature? No, it doesn't have that ancient and primordial aura that is slightly different from the Grand Tao source, Wang Wei thought. Well, it did not matter whether it was a Genesis life form or something from later on. Wang Wei treated it as such. He used a technique called Grand Tao's Wrath. At one point, Wang Wei asked himself how would the destruction of the Genesis age come to an end? His first inspiration was from the Western Bible, with how God destroyed the world with a flood, but instead Grand Tao would use numerous catastrophes to kill everyone. Then he thought about it and decided that was an inefficient approach. Grand Tao at that time should be young, simple, and direct. Wang Wei thought it would either happen instantly with no signs or a giant eye or hand would descend from heaven and earth and destroy everything. For this technique, Wang Wei chose a hand. A dark hand that embodied darkness and death materialized between heaven and earth, heading toward Time Eater, who was forced to control his one-eyed creature to fire the beam toward the sky. The two techniques, one using death and the other destruction, clashed harder than an unstoppable object clashing with an immovable one. Wang Wei and Time Eater had to move out of the way, so as not to get hurt from the shockwaves. Wang Wei raised his hand to condense a black crystal above his palm. Time Eater's face turned ugly as he realized the latter was gathering the energy released from the clash of these two techniques and condensing them for his use. So he waved his hand to disperse the energy instead. However, Time Eater realized his opponent had the advantage because Wang Wei took the initiative and superb talent for chi manipulation. For a quick response, Time Eater then pushed his destiny blessing to the limit to instantly exile the energy into the river of time, and somewhere else in the infinite trichiliocosm. This move should have ended Wang Wei's advantage, but Time Eater saw the smirk on the latter's, and knew he had overlooked something. And he was right. Wang Wei's use of the energy was a misdirection. His real chess move was the source chi space. He did not just use the chi inside to boost his attack. Time Eater was much older than him, and even with access to his future wife's chi vault, they might only be on the same level. Wang Wei, instead, used his chi flower ability to increase his affinity and connection to the source chi space, thus allowing him greater control and access to energy. As soon as his plan succeeded, Wang Wei did not immediately attack. Instead, he rewrote the order disorder of this seal. Order. No one can ask for foreign aid of any strength to aid them in winning or surviving this battle. Disorder. If they do, the person with the least amount of link to a grand construct will suffer Grand Tao's Wrath. The person with the highest link to a grand construct will suffer Heavenly Tao's Wrath. Time Eater calmly looked at the chains of law embedded in this battle zone. He read Wang Wei's order, and he remained calm and composed, but only he knew what was going on internally. Grand constructs, also named Grand Framework, is not a major secret to paragons, so Time Eater knows them. It is what people of their level referred to when speaking about the Grand Tao source, the river of fate, the river of time samsara, the source chi space, and primordial chaos. Things like heavenly Tao, normal, and source chaos worlds, spirit chi between heaven and earth, branches of samsara of the rivers of fate and time, are considered minor frameworks. He's linked to the source chi space and samsara. Well, I only have access to the River of Time, Time Eater analyzed. And that's not mentioning he should be able to access the River of Fate. Wang Wei's move irked him since he had eliminated Time Eater's last desperate trump card. In the end, he'll have no choice but to use that approach to ensure the mission is completed. Time Eater sighed to himself. He took one more glance at Wang Wei before summoning an artifact, which suddenly grew to an enormous size. Wang Wei's brow immediately furrowed. Is that his Proving Tao artifact? And, tell me if you prefer Grand Construct or Grand Framework. I prefer the latter, but open to changing my mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1482 Trump Cards. What appeared before Wang Wei was a massive copper ship that resembled ancient junk ships with a flat transom, sails made of horizontal panels composed of what seemed to be bamboo. He was confused because this artifact had the aura of time, and that of a Proving Tao artifact, but the information he knew about Time Eater said his artifact was a time ruler. Surprised, are you? Time Eater said. But this is just the beginning. Time Eater disappeared by teleporting to the ship, which trembled slightly, a sign of its activation. A projection of the River of Time manifested under the boat, followed by a complex magic circle. Bang! The magic circle released a white beam that traveled so fast that Wang Wei barely had the chance to move, resulting in the left side of his body disappearing. The thing is drawing such a tremendous amount of power from the River of Time. Wang Wei was in the process of regenerating his body, but discovered the process was slowed down at an alarming rate. Normally, it would be instant, but now he found it would take more than half an hour to regenerate that missing part. Damn it, this artifact is a primal artifact, and what's worse, it's a Tao will focus one, Wang Wei thought before immediately swallowing the unsoiled body pill. The pill released an unknown power that instantly forced out the Tao will combined with time power out of Wang Wei's body before temporarily modifying his body to be immune to Tao will attacks. Bang! Another attack rushed toward Wang Wei, and he raised his hand to summon numerous black gates to block the attack. The beam pierced his defenses, giving him enough time to evade. The ship moved its position before firing again. No, something is wrong, Wang Wei thought as he used another technique to defend himself. My intuition tells me this ship is capable of even greater destruction, but all these attacks seem to be measured, controlled, and with a purpose. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind, analyzing the previous beams. In the meantime, Time Eater did not stop moving and attacking, slowly pushing Wang Wei to a corner. Damn it, his target is not me, but the seal, Wang Wei figured out. He immediately did something wild by creating an order disorder that affects the ship. However, Wang Wei knew there would be a backlash because of the difference in strength between himself and this artifact, so he ensured the backlash was suffered by both him and Time Eater, and the target was their willpower. Wang Wei held his head due to tremendous pain, blood dripping from his nose, with everything spinning uncontrollable. However, this did not stop him. He used this opportunity, where everything is paused, to send a communication talisman to the sect, asking them to contact all other factions. They had one objective, to reinforce this seal. You annoying pest! Time Eater roared. All I wanted was to finish my mission while ensuring my safety, but you had to ruin everything. Go to hell, you bastard! The boat's magic circle started again, but the intensity of the light was even brighter than before. The light beam rushed with far greater speed than usual, not even giving Wang Wei the time to move. Luckily, his mind was faster than his body, allowing him to use one of his life-saving techniques, death immunity. He did not die, but his immunity did not mean immunity from injuries. Wang Wei coughed a mouthful of shining blood, which was in fact soul blood. My soul cannot withstand such intense usage of high-potency spells, Wang Wei thought, almost laughing at the irony. All his life he never had to worry about his soul, but now when he most needed such ability, it was no longer usable. I have to do something, and I have to do it fast, or I'll die in this fight, Wang Wei thought. He sensed numerous Paragon tier auras approaching, which reassured him. Now that he did not have to worry about this bastard escaping, he could focus all his effort on ending this battle. Wang Wei first summoned 13 peak paragon defensive artifacts and put them into an array. Time Eater was not having this nonsense and started bombarding him. However, Wang Wei was strategic and chose artifacts with spirits and ordered them to burn themselves if necessary to buy him enough time. Then, he summoned his 13 fate palaces and combined them into his false river of fate. A ball of string flew out from his forehead or his sea of consciousness before the strings attached themselves to this false river of fate, and to the real one. Wang Wei had connected to another grand framework. However, this was not the end of his trump card. He linked himself to his origin seal continent's river of fate for an additional boost, amping him up to a level of power he had never felt before. Wang Wei did not let this power get to his head. Instead, he focused on the task at hand. "Receive fate's judgment," he uttered. His false river of fate trembled before becoming a little less illusory. It had materialized a bit more. Then it released a gray light toward the ship. Time Eater fought back. The river of time underneath the boat also became more tangible before fighting back. The two beams clashed, releasing a pure destructive force that tore apart the void. In a matter of seconds, Wang Wei and Time Eater found themselves in all-white space with no matter, no energy, gravity, and no space-time. The winner of the clash was obvious. Wang Wei had connections to 3 frameworks, while Time Eater was holding on purely based on skills or excellent applications of his only framework. So, after a brief clash of about 3 minutes, the fate beam started overwhelming the time beam. "This will not end so easily," Time Eater roared before transforming into his time beast form and sacrificing his flesh to increase the ship's attack potency. "No, I need his flesh intact for the plan," Wang Wei thought. He moved swiftly to access the power of the Origin Seal Continent's River of Time and Samsara to boost his attack and overwhelm his opponent. The attack reached the ship but did not destroy it. Instead, everything, including Time Eater, was placed in suspended animation. Wang Wei calmly watched the outcome and sighed in relief. However, he almost fell from the sky as a terrible sense of weakness overwhelmed him. "It's been a while since I felt this tired," he thought as he swallowed a mouthful of pills. While recuperating, Heavenly Tao rebuilds the surrounding temporospatial structure. However, this place was now barren, and would be so for a while. Wang Wei slowly flew to the boat. He could still feel this artifact fighting against his fate seal, which raised his alarm. However, his focus was soon directed to the chain Time Eater. "You look calm for someone about to die," Wang Wei said. "That's because this is not the end. On the contrary, this is just the beginning," Time Eater replied calmly. "I can't tell whether you're delusional, or you have something to rely on," Wang Wei said truthfully. "This will not be the last you see of me." Time Eater sneered before his eyes turned fierce. "And when you do, I will be a brand new man. I promise you. I will cut off your head and use your skull to make a wine cup." Not that you said this. I remember I promised to turn you into an artifact before making your consciousness into my dog," Wang Wei stated. "It's a shame I need you for something else, or I would have kept my promise. Mark my words," Time Eater said with gritted teeth before terminating his soul. Fate shackles appeared in his sea of consciousness, trying to prevent this, but it was useless. However, Wang Wei was not surprised by this outcome. From how Time Eater spoke, he knew he had something else up his sleeve. He was also protecting himself from a last-minute act of desperation. Wang Wei observed for a while before approaching the body. A white crystal flew from Time Eater's forehead, and he used his divine sense to check. "Most of the important memories are missing," Wang Wei sighed. As he was about to put the memory crystal away, he sensed a tremor. This was not a regular tremor from an earthquake or an intense use of energy or power, but a tremor from the very essence of the eternal ascension world. This bastard did something. Wang Wei instantly thought before putting the body and boat away and flying away from the seal. Despite his weakness, Wang Wei used the Origin Sea Continent's fate powers to divine what was happening, but it was futile. "What did he do?" he muttered. "Did you sense that?" Monk Wuxia said, talking directly into his mind. "Yes, but what exactly happened?" Wang Wei asked. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "You know my control and influence over the world is at an all-time low. And whatever he did, the power used is on par with mine, if not greater," Methrayao explained. Does Supreme Unity know? Wang Wei asked with furrowed brows. I'll ask and see if I can get some information from him, she replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1483 Spiritual Epiphany Primordial Chaos. Near the Eternal Ascension World. Maitreya stopped her attack and distanced himself from Supreme Unity. After noticing he was not attacking, she spoke. Did you sense that? Unfortunately, she receives a blank stare as a response. Something has obviously happened to our home, and you're the only one capable of knowing what it is. Supreme Unity did not respond to her. Instead, he looked in the distance. His facial expression was as if he had facial paralysis, rendering it virtually impossible to glean any information. You should understand how weak we are. If something goes wrong, we will only become resources to these ancient and mighty beings, Maitreya continued. So if you know something, tell me. You may not care what happened to everyone else, but you should care about your safety. Supreme Unity glanced at her. He knew something, but not as much as she believed. Heavenly Tao has regained most of its power because of that bastard Wang Wei. So Supreme Unity was only able to detect a foreign thing, or maybe an entity had invaded the world, but nothing more. Do you really not care anymore? Maitreya asked with gritted teeth. She was not frustrated, but the terrifying sense of foreboding she felt before had returned after Time Eater's death. Maitreya practiced Buddhist ideals of kindness, compassion, and empathy. Due to her spiritual practice, her spirit was sensitive to others' emotions. The forewarning about the upcoming catastrophe was not just a warning of danger and possible death, but of the devastation and pain that the entire world was about to face. Maitreya could sense the suffering the entire world, mortals or cultivators, was about to experience in the catastrophe. What will happen if I help you? Supreme Unity asked. Will we suddenly start working together for the betterment of the world? Maitreya's body jerked slightly. If you stop your actions and make a few binding promises, I don't see why not. Supreme Unity looked her in the eyes. After everything, you can still preserve a pure heart of compassion. I don't know whether I should praise your virtue or mock your stupidity. However, your answer is meaningless. You may have the capacity for forgiveness, but the others won't. In other words, the only logical course of action left for me is to continue this course and win. Supreme Unity knew he only had a few moves left to play, and they were not the best moves he could use in the current chess game. However, Time Eater's actions, while extremely dangerous, represent a new variable that could increase his chances of winning. Maitreya looked at him. She mulled over his words before memories of everything they've experienced together flashed in her mind. Then, she thought of the upcoming catastrophe and realized something. I've always thought the world was a sea of suffering. As a paragon, I was helpless to do anything and accepted my fate. After acquiring this power, I thought I could change things, that I could help or save everyone. However, the reality was the opposite. I spend too much time keeping the balance while the world's suffering continues. Then, I was distracted, and the suffering intensified. My approach from the very beginning was wrong. I cannot save everybody, at least not at my current strength. That is a fact and something I must accept. A second fact I must accept is that some things are inevitable, so I should not try to change them forcefully. My way should be to help as many people as possible within the limits of my ability, while pursuing independent self-improvement. One day, when I have risen to a higher level of spirituality, when I have escaped the sea of suffering, I'll be able to help all sentient beings to escape as well. Maitreya's body released a golden hue before immediately returning to normal. Her natural peaceful aura became more ethereal and all-encompassing, and her eyes became brighter. A bright eye is usually a sign of a higher spirit, so Supreme Unity immediately caught all those signs. An epiphany, Supreme Unity thought. And with how bright her eyes are, her spirit should have improved, which means her soul will also improve. If she fixes the flaw, no, even if she makes up a small part of the flaw, her strength will outshine me by miles. Their strength was relative, but if Maitreya had enough time to digest her epiphany and improve her soul, then the only thing awaiting Supreme Unity would be death. Knowing this, he immediately attacked her. Cultivating in their realm, especially for flawed individuals like themselves, requires time and high energy for improvement. So he only needs to continue this fight to prevent her from improving. Regardless, time was no longer on his side. After Mithria's voice disappeared, Wang Wei started to search the void for Time Eater's palace. To be exact, he was searching for the hidden dimension of the treasury. These kinds of places usually have a spirit to activate the array for protection, or even move the dimension in case of an emergency. So he believed it should have survived, unless it stayed at the center of the fate and time clash. It took him a few minutes, but he found what he was looking for. Wang Wei used a time spell to freeze all the arrays and people inside before barging in. This bastard is indeed the richest of them all, but something is wrong. He scanned the treasury and soon had an answer. There was not a single ore, metal, or refining wood above tier 11. Wang Wei discovered many spiritual herbs, weapons, or finished materials of tier 12, but no ore or metal. As soon as he noticed this anomaly, he realized the cause. Time Eater used them to build something. Wang Wei first thought the latter used it to build the boat, but it made no sense given the ship's size. So unless Time Eater had failed the refining process 10,000 times, it could not explain why all these materials were missing. Wang Wei waved his hand to cast Time Extraction, trying to recreate past events to see what materials Time Eaters took from this treasury. He hoped that by knowing the material, he might deduce the latter's goal. Sadly, his spell failed as Time Eater left no traces. Wang Wei did not immediately give up. Instead, he used his Fate Dao. He changed this room's fate to a book containing everything that has occurred. Wang Wei held a blank book in his palm before sighing deeply. He was extra careful. He shook his head before putting the treasury away and leaving the seal. His next task was to thank all the people who came to reinforce the seal, but before he could get to it, he sensed a drastic increase in his luck. Wang Wei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The invisible or illusory part of his Chi Luck Dragon increased by 10%, meaning he had acquired more transcendent luck. However, Wang Wei did not care for this reward. As he said to Bai Longsheng, the transcendent path must be walked alone, meaning he would not trust or rely on something like luck. It may help, but it will never be his priority or primary focus. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, a swamp of paragons rushed to meet him. He recognized many acquaintances, but the vast majority were loose cultivators, who Wang Wei believed showed up because they believed an opportunity to gain merit was here. Thank you all for showing up and providing your aid, Wang Wei said before cupping his hands to salute. The other paragons saluted in return. Although not everyone knew Wang Wei, his aura and intense residual energy/power from the previous battle made these paragon fearful. And before anyone asks, yes, you will be rewarded by heavenly Tao once the lock is gone, Wang Wei said. Although his words were slightly blunt, these people were all thick-skinned and did not care for such a minor faux pas. Lord Wang Wei, do you know when the lock will be gone? There are a lot of things needed for the process, but you can expect a solution in the next 20,000 yuan epochs, Wang Wei replied. That's good to hear. Wang Wei was about to send everyone on their way when Sun Junyao suddenly said, I sense a tremor between heaven and earth. What was that about? Wang Wei glanced at it. With her perfection essence, her senses were sharper than ever, so it made sense that she would notice. However, he did not want to spread news about the catastrophe before the lock was dealt with. It was Time Eater's last desperate attempt, Wang Wei explained. He tried using the power of his chess master. Wang Wei emphasized the word chess master to get his points across, and I stopped him. I see, Sun Junyao nodded. Only the power of the two suns could affect the entire world. While she was satisfied, the others who did not feel the tremor had a puzzling look on their faces, and a few people who knew Wang Wei did not completely trust his words. However, he did not explain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1484 Time Eaters Pass. Wang Wei had a brief chat with the people he knew before watching them leave. The Tao opening sect paragons waited for him, but Wang Wei did not immediately leave. Instead, he took the time to deal with the sage seal previously used to imprison Time Eater. He did not allow the seal to dissipate. Instead, he used his power to nourish the devastated central time domain. Wang Wei knew Heavenly Tao might use a little bit of world source to return life to this area, or it might leave it a desolate zone. So, in the mindset of waste utilization, he used the sage power from the seal to return the area to life, acquiring a small portion of merit in the process. Let's leave, Wang Wei said to everyone before teleporting home. As soon as they returned, the others saluted him before returning to their respective homes. However, Wang Wei asked one paragon called Yan Buhai to remain. Go and summon all the sect's best professionals, Wang Wei instructed. All of them? Yan Buhai asked as her flaming hair danced in the wind. Yes, even the sealed individual, Wang Wei instructed. Very well. Yan Buhai flew away, leaving Wang Wei alone with matriarch Xiahuan. I noticed Cong did not come to reinforce the seal. Where is he? Wang Wei asked. Lin Fan and Susher showed up, but there was no sign of Cong. Your deduction was correct, sir, Xiahuan answered. As soon as you entered the seal, he and Nine Death went on a warpath against the weaker academies, forcing them to surrender. What about the ones associated with the Grand Sect Alliance? Did he touch any of them? He did. He really is ballsy, Wang Wei praised with a smile. Cong is not like him, with a powerful background to protect him. Meaning one wrong move means the end of everything he holds dear. His actions showed he was risking everything to ensure his academy's prosperity. Did anyone intervene to stop him? Not openly, Xiahuan replied. Someone tried to assassinate him but failed. Was the assassin captured? No, it escaped. Quite capable, Wang Wei nodded. How is the Flame Blacksmith situation? All signs show he's slowly forgetting about the Dao Path tablet. He's probably leaving after the lock disappears, meaning we don't have much time, Wang Wei muttered. His master is a primal, so we must do a good job erasing the information. I can replace the agent looking at him and accelerate the process. Go ahead. Xiahuan left for her new task, and Wang Wei talked to Wang Qi to receive reports. But not long after they started, Yu Kai came to see him. I've heard you've ordered the unsealing of some of our people? Powerful sects like the Dao Opening sect have sealed individuals for various reasons. Some are on the verge of death, and no pills or power can save them, so they enter a seal for a last desperate attempt at survival. They also do so to become the sect's foundation by becoming suicide bombers during times of war. Some people seal themselves because the endless day of living without making progress is draining mentally, and they need a break. Last, the sect also faked the deaths of many people, turning them into hidden forces. These people cannot be seen on the outside unless absolutely necessary, and they often hide their identities, but some choose to seal themselves. I need the advice of experts, and it's of the highest priority, Wang Wei explained. It's that serious? It may be, Wang Wei replied. Is that why you're here? No, Yu Kai swiftly explained. Wang Wei had this kind of authority, so he would never come to question him. I came here because of that artifact you handed to me. We've detected several spies and are people with something wrong in their existence. I wonder what you plan to do with them. Wang Wei thought about it. He could purify them, but it might be better to use the knowledge that they are compromised. Have you already captured them? No, I didn't want to alarm everyone, so I haven't acted yet. But people saw you use the artifact over the entire sect, correct? Wang Wei asked. That's why. In that case, capture a few weak ones as spies and leave the rest alone. All right. Oh, and give me a list of the people compromised, Wang Wei added, and Yu Kai condensed a talisman with the information before leaving for his duty. Wang Wei soon finished his affair with Wang Qi, and Yan Buhai was still not ready, so he started analyzing Time Eater's memory crystal. Long ago, Time Eater was a regular cultivator. He was slightly talented since he became a pseudo-eternal, but everything else about him was ordinary. But his fate soon changed not long after proving the Tao. He had a fortunate encounter in which he found a map and the diluted blood of a time beast in a hidden dimension. The blood allowed him to cultivate time as a sub-Tao, but what truly changed his life was the map. Time Eater, who at that time called himself the Mountain Sea Emperor for his cultivation of earth and water Tao, did not hesitate to travel the infinite trichiliocosm as a small and weak emperor. The journey was perilous, and to this day, Time Eater believed he only survived through sheer luck. But he found a fortunate encounter in a dark timeline with a captured and preserved time beast. Time Eater did not hesitate to take the creature's body and soul. His luck did not end here. When he was returning home, he encountered a group of bandits who wanted to take his wealth. After killing them, Time Eater found a superb technique from one of the bandits that allowed him to condense a perfect human avatar to hide his time beast's true body. Wang Wei's brow furrowed after seeing the memories up to this point. From then on, the memories are only pieces with jumps in time counted in the thousands, sometimes millions of yuan epochs. He combed through it and only learned 2 slightly valuable news, and 1 significant one. For the somewhat valuable news, it was the fact that the hidden 8th moon, the disaster paragon, ran away. Secondly, Time Eater killed Monk Twinflower. He even hid the vision of his death. The valuable information was something Time Eater muttered in one of the random memories. He said, "My deduction is correct. My boundless path is possible." That fortunate encounter was a trap to lure Time Eater into becoming a pawn, Wang Wei analyzed. Unfortunately, he still could not determine who was being everything, or their objectives. Wang Wei assumed these people wanted to return to their world, but that could be true, or he could also be missing something. Time Eater spent a lot of time traveling throughout the infinite trichiliocosm. Was he searching for a way to change his fate and become a boundless paragon? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. He said that all he wanted was to finish his mission while protecting himself. Did he encounter the event that turned him into a pawn during his travels, and was forced to act on these people's behalf? No, his hope of becoming boundless might have also been a plan to lure and control him. Wang Wei could picture Time Eater's life trajectory. The time beast's body granted him a high enough talent, and allowed him access to an outlaw Tao. It also allowed him to cultivate in the Paragon realm without much issue. However, Time Eater wanted to make up for failing at the eternal path, and started searching for a method, probably inspired by the Dusk Emperor. However, little did he know that his very ambition and search for a method was a bait used to lure him into a trap. Time Eater then tried to accomplish his task while also accomplishing his goal. He was probably planning a way of escape once he became a boundless paragon, but Wang Wei killing him might have ruined his chances. Wang Wei shook his head. Time Eater thinks he had ruined his plan, but the bastard probably did not understand what terrible fate awaited him. Heavenly Tao had long determined his existence and chose to use him as a pawn, meaning once Time Eater had fulfilled his purpose, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to live long because of his betrayal. Of course, Time Eater could have survived if he had willingly sold his soul to Heavenly Tao, acting as a double agent for the other people who were treating him as a pawn. The information in his memory is not much, but it's not entirely useless, Wang Wei thought. With more information, he could see the larger pictures and know what to expect in the catastrophe. He also believes Time Eater's words that they would meet again. Alright, let's see if I can get more information from the boat, Wang Wei thought before leaving to meet Yan Buhai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1485 Wang Bo, what's taking so long? Wang Wei asked as he teleported to an area of the sect called the Unknown Graveyard. The name was apt since it was filled with coffins, forming an eerie atmosphere. I'm removing the main seal, and it's harder than I thought, Yan Buhai explained, her face turning the same shade as her hair. It was the first task the primal seed handed to him, but she was failing. Main seal? Wang Wei asked. Oh, you're talking about the Sun's seal. All top factions will hide their forces, meaning that during the ultimate taboo, not all paragons attended. So even after Time Eaters, the other moons and Mithra and Supreme Unity cleaned the world, they could not eliminate everyone unless they penetrated the inner secrets of these factions. Supreme Unity, no doubt, wanted to eliminate these people, but Mithra was adamant about not going too far. So they compromised and sealed these existences, preventing them from influencing the world and their subsequent ascension. Let me take a look, Wang Wei said as he approached. An invisible magic circle hung above the sky, affecting every coffin on the ground. The seal is designed so that only a fifth heaven paragon can break it, but the process would be slow. You only needed the professionals, so I've targeted the area affecting them, thus reducing the time needed, Yan Buhai explained. Don't worry, I don't blame you, Wang Wei reassured. His words made Yan Buhai secretly sigh in relief. Wang Wei then proceeded to help her by tearing apart the seal. I can understand why the future wife is mad at Mithreya, but am also grateful for her existence, Wang Wei thought as he watched the magic circle dissipate. Without Mithreya's existence to balance that hateful Taoist, who knows how much his sect or the entire world would have suffered at that maniac's hand. Simultaneously, Mithreya pushed many lines of morality to achieve success. Although she came from a good place, her actions still had many disastrous consequences. Is there anything else you need? Wang Wei asked. No. Yan Buhai replied before remembering something. Do you want me to wake a few more people to take charge? She had learned from the sect master that a few supreme elders were secretly sealed and could be awakened in a time of need. No need, just the talented and experienced professionals, Wang Wei replied. If a few supreme elders were awakening, Wang Wei would have to deal with a new power dynamic, but he did not have the time and patience for that now. Once the lock is removed, the ancestors can revive and take charge. All right, Yan Buhai replied with a small but not well-hidden grin. As one of the few paragons active in the sect, she now has a lot of power, and if she uses it correctly before the ancestors return, she can get enough benefit to help her future cultivation. All right, Yan Buhai replied with a small but not well-hidden grin. As one of the few paragons active in the sect, she now has a lot of power, and if she uses it correctly before the ancestors return, she can get enough benefit to help her future cultivation. Wang Wei had to wait another hour before meeting these people since many of them needed time to acclimate from the long sleep. As soon as he appeared, all eyes shifted to him, observing and even testing him. Wang Wei did not hide his natural aura. The last thing he needed was for these people to underestimate or use their seniority to fight with him. In the cultivation world, strength was respected, so no one could say anything else after realizing who they faced. The world is about to experience a catastrophe unlike anything it has seen. I have found a clue to this catastrophe and need your help to analyze it, Wang Wei declared. These old cultivators frowned after hearing his words, not hiding their confusion or skepticism. So they began to deduce or divine the truth. Wang Wei snapped his finger, stopping all of them. He then used his divine sense to transfer knowledge of the era and the lock situation. He did not stop them when they tried to observe the lock to verify the truth. What a terrible era, an elderly man uttered. He was dressed in a casual black robe, and the odd thing about him was his missing front tooth. Boy, what's the evidence you speak of? You are? Wang Wei asked. Wang Bo. Your sage origin rune, Wang Wei said. That's the stupid name that boy Qiyuan forced me to take, Wang Bo responded as he started picking his nose. It's an honor to meet you, ancestor, Wang Wei said, bowing deeply. This man's name may not be popular, but that's because he doesn't like fame. But even in the lower dimension, he is a legend in the Dao opening sect. When Ancestor Qiyuan started the sect, Wang Bo was the person responsible for building the foundation of the sect's professional Daos. In other words, he built the alchemy halls, weapon mountains and so on. And when Qiyuan ascended, he took Wang Bo with him. He first reincarnated to walk the Emperor path, before slowly crawling to the Paragon realm, and redoing the same for the upper dimension branch. Unfortunately, Wang Bo's talent was lacking. After an assassination attempt during the First Origin War, he received a Dao wound, which is a permanent wound to the existence, that cut off his Paragon path. As a result, he could not move further than the third heaven, and decided to seal himself. You're quite polite, aren't you? Wang Bo chuckled. Based on your face and demeanor, I thought you would be a stuck-up little brat. I have a lot on my plate and am currently in a no-nonsense mood. Otherwise, I'm a fun person to be around. Wang Wei replied truthfully. Yes, Wang Bo said with narrow eyes. I can see the burden of destiny on you, just like that brat Qiyuan back then. And just like Patriarch Heaven even before that. Heavenly Tao should really stop burdening our clan. The sect history never mentioned this old guy was alive during the heaven-opening emperor's era, Wang Wei thought. Well, there are some advantages to being blessed by destiny, Wang Wei uttered. Let's not talk about this. Let me show you what I found. He waved his hand to summon the ship, immediately drawing Wang Bo and everyone else who was listening in silence. They surrounded the boat and started discussing animatedly. Is that Blackheart bamboo? No, it resembled source steel bamboo from the Twin Peak world. Someone spit on the ship and observed. No, it's not source steel bamboo. Don't discount it yet. It may have been modified with runes or mixed with something else. They discussed countless possibilities, but each was rejected after analysis or testing. Finally, when everyone was frustrated, someone said, I don't think this is from our universe. Are you stupid? Did the long sleep dull your mind? Yes, what nonsense are you talking about? If it's not from our universe, where is it from? Damn you bastard. I mean, it's not from our timeline. Oh, then why didn't you clarify? You guys just attack me before I even finish. It's not our fault you speak so slowly. We thought your brain was as slow as your speaking speed. Damn it, I'll fight all of you bastard. None of you has shown me respect, even though you know I'm the best around. The best? Now I know something is wrong with your mind. Alright, let's have it out. We'll have the primal seed as the witness. Focus, people, don't forget what is at stake, someone yelled. That's right. Yanzi is correct. The material is probably from another timeline. Does anyone have any experience in that matter? The only time I've traveled to another timeline was to find materials that were rare in our timeline. I've never studied whether they have their own unique or fauna. Me too. I've never even been to another timeline. Yeah, I never saw the point. I've only been there once to save my beloved Pinger. Alas, I still lost her a second time. Since we don't know about the material, let's focus on the refining process. I have something. The flame technique used is a combination of our world and a technique from the wood cradle world. Isn't that where the venerable pill sage lives? Now that you mention it, I had the honor of watching the venerable pill sage refine an elixir, and the flame technique does resemble the one used on this ship. Are you saying the venerable is connected to this thing? Not him, but his home world. Isn't it a little too early to say that? Maybe not, Wang Bo suddenly said. Most of the runes and techniques used on this ship differ from our timeline, but if you look closer, you will see that they share a similar root to the refining technique from the wood cradle world. Are you saying the technique used on this ship is from an alternate world of the wood cradle world? Wang Wei asked. Exactly. Something must have happened to deviate the technique from our timeline, but their roots are similar, Wang Bo nodded. That is something, Wang Wei said with a furrowed brow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1486 The Boat's Implications. Wang Wei thought that by learning of the wood cradle world's history and a few visits to unique timelines, he might get more clues about what's coming. The sect's library has a section dedicated to knowledge, information, and history about foreign worlds. Once he analyzed that information, Wang Wei would need to send someone to investigate or do it for himself. Boss Bo, come look at this, suddenly said an elderly man with a gray beard that touched the floor. However, the latter's lavish black robes and golden fan gave him a sage-like atmosphere and aura. Still, anyone with a decent sense could tell this sage-like aura was artificially created, which in fact reveals much about this person. What is it? Wang Bo asked. The energy signature and pattern of this boat is exact, almost uniform, Li Wen explained. This boat's blueprint was created for mass production, Wang Bo realized with shining eyes. Exactly, Li Wen nodded while fanning himself. Mass production? Wang Wei asked. The creator of the blueprint standardized the refining process to lower the difficulty and ensure as many of those boats can be created as possible, Wang Bo explained. He clicked his tongue. In other words, there are many of these boats, probably even legions. Yeah, Wang Bo nodded before clicking his tongue in wonder. This is a powerful artifact, and for someone to standardize it, I cannot fathom their level of skills. Time Eater used this artifact to manipulate the river of time. Given its shape, it's fair to say its primary use is navigation. To be precise, travel through the river of time, Wang Wei analyzed. If the people behind him have legions, it means they can travel to any chaos worlds or any timelines with relative ease, making them a well-cultivated force for grand-scale invasion. His words instantly made the room quiet. Everyone imagined how the sky turned dark as millions of these ships suddenly appeared in their world before releasing numerous powerhouses that started to slaughter and plunder. Is there a need for fear-mongering? After all, we don't know that for sure, someone said. Yes, there is no proof of any legion or invasion. There is proof, Wang Bo cut them. The primary runes used for the refinement are indeed for navigation, specifically the utilization of the river of time. Primordial chaos is vast, and one of the reasons that only paragons are recommended to travel is that they can bend the river of time to teleportation, allowing them to cover the distance between worlds at a relatively fast pace. Otherwise, any emperors or empyreans might spend 1 billion yuan epic traveling through primordial chaos without finding the nearest world. Boy, now that you know the situation, what do you need us to do? Wang Bo asked. I need you to reverse engineer this boat's design, Wang Wei replied without hesitation. Boy, I'll be honest with you. Unless you can ask for Venerable Armament Sage or Venerable Rune Sage to study this thing, I doubt anyone else in the Chaos Universe can reverse engineer this thing. Wang Bo said plainly, meaning Wang Wei frowned. These two held the Grand Dao source position for refining and Rune Dao, and they were not even from the Eternal Ascension world. So, how could he ask them for help? Wait, there is someone else who might be able to do it. Oh, Empress Wu, Wang Wei said confidently. Ooh, Wang Bo asked. That little rising star? Li Wen asked. Has she become so awesome since I went to sleep? He has a point, someone else said. Although Empress Wu has the Grand Source Seal position, her understanding of runes might not be inferior to the Venerable Rune Sage. Those are bold words, Wang Bo said, looking at the person who spoke with intense scrutiny. Not really. From what I know, they met during the Second Origin War and had a discussion. There is a rumor that they had a competition, and from the way the Venerable did not like to talk about the meeting, it's implied she defeated him. I didn't know such a great talent had appeared in the world, Wang Bo muttered. All his life he had one goal, the Rune Grand Source position. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving his dream to his beloved disciple, Miscellaneous. Sadly, the latter's Dao involved the study of countless subjects, and Rune was just one of them. So Wang Bo's dream was left to his second disciple, Yan Shirong. I hope that little bastard is all right, he thought. Yan Shirong had only reached the 9th heaven, 99%, by the time the ultimate taboo arrived, but he insisted on participating. Wang Bo hasn't heard any news, so he's a little worried. It's good that there is someone with such skill, but will she help us? Wang Bo asked. The fate of the world is in the balance. She has to help, Li Wen said. She doesn't have to do shit, Wang Bo said. You should not say something so naive. The essence of cultivators is and always has been to pursue their own interests. So, let me rephrase my question. What kind of price are we willing to pay for her aid? And if she refuses, how far will we go to get what we want? Don't worry, she'll help us without any issue, Wang Wei said with a smile. I wonder where your confidence comes from, kid. Wang Bo said before he suddenly realized something. He gently caresses his unkempt beard. I recognize those eyes. Are you trying to catch her as a wife? Wang Wei's lips twitched, making Wang Bo snicker. I'm glad you've found love. I spent years convincing that boy Qi Yuan to pass on his gifted bloodline, but he was never interested in romantic relationships. It was the same for that Yin girl. Meanwhile, that Li boy forsook love after that woman chose someone else over him. It was such a waste for these youngsters not to pass on their strong bloodline. Wang Wei smiled to himself. He did not expect to learn this many juicy details about the ancestors' love life. It was great to meet someone with even more seniority than them, especially someone who knew them when they were young and knew all their embarrassing moments. Well, I'm glad you have some relationship with her, Wang Bo nodded. So, when are you asking her for help? She's currently sealed, for lack of a better word, so you have to start without her. Do the preliminary study so that she can finish the task early. Also, even if you cannot reverse engineer the ship's blueprint, start designing countermeasures to deal with them. Countermeasures, huh? They don't have to be perfect, as an initial plan will also do, Wang Wei explained. Although the catastrophe is coming, there is still time to prepare. We can do that, Wang Bo nodded. You can also try to build a cheap copy. The catastrophe is something the whole world has to deal with, so we can sell those cheap copies to others at an exuberant price to amass more resources to cultivate our people, Wang Wei added. Wang Bo chuckled at these words. It seems you're more greedy than Qiyuan and the Patriarch. I like it. Greed is kind of my thing. Anyway, you can start, and I don't think I need to remind you to get anything you want for this project. We know, Wang Bo said before waving him away. Wang Wei nodded and turned to leave. Then he suddenly stopped and palmed his face. How can I be so stupid? Everyone looked at him oddly, but he ignored them. He slowly took out his primal seed token before teleporting an item. Is that? Wang Bo muttered, and everyone else had the same shocked look on their faces. That's right. The Skill Path Association's Dao Path tablet. I originally wanted to wait until Miscellaneous returned to copy it, but I think you guys can do it. Or at the very least, get started and wait for him to finish it. Wang Bo raised his hand and immediately caught the tablet, looking at it more intensely than a harem protagonist who sees a jade beauty. Can we? You can use it as much as you want, but don't neglect the work for the replica, Wang Wei nodded. Thank you, Wang Bo said sincerely. With unlimited access to this thing, maybe there is hope for him. Wang Wei glanced at him and only nodded. He knew about the latter's Dao injury, but he did not know whether his acupoint technique could save him, so he did not say a word so as not to give him false hope. He'll try when he has time, but he won't make any promises. Wang Wei teleported away, returning to his mansion. However, he discovers Yu Kai is waiting for him. Why are you here again? Time Eater's treasury, you took it, right? Do you know what you're going to use it for? There is no need to ask in such a roundabout way. My original plan was to hand it over, Wang Wei replied. No, it's not. Don't worry about it. Don't just hoard it. Once the lock is broken and everyone can cultivate, we will enter war mode. Are you serious? Yu Kai asked. War mode means all resources will be cheaper and more accessible. Wait for the right time and we'll discuss everything, Wang Wei said. Yu Kai nodded before leaving with the treasury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1487. The fourth piece. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in his retreat room, thinking about the previous conversation with Wang Bo and the other professionals, trying to figure out if he missed something. Wang Bo reminded me I need to start preparing for Li Jun and Yan Liling's ascension. He needed to prepare the resources for these to cultivate the Empyrean Peak as soon as possible. Then he would hand over one of the trial's tokens to them. Yan Liling might want to try Wang Bo's legacy trial, Wang Wei thought. Wang Bo left a trial to select disciples, and so far, 2 people have passed, Miscellaneous and Yan Shurong. Although these people have probably never officially met or spoken to Wang Bo, they are his disciples. Wang Bo's seniority and achievements has granted significant influence on Qiyuan and power in the sect, so it's a good idea for Yan Liling to become his disciple and guarantee her position in the sect, Wang Wei thought. With power and influence, she'll have access to more resources and can cultivate faster. Wang Wei hopes he'll make some progress in creating his all-nurturing artifact from the source he received in the mortalhood trial. As long as he succeeds, he'll be able to drastically increase the time needed to cultivate paragons. Of course, he'll never be able to compete with the trial until he becomes a transcendent. His ambition is to reduce the time needed from millions of yuan epochs to hundreds of thousands. He doesn't know how long the catastrophe will last, but he knows it won't be short. Suppose the Dao opening sect and maybe the Eternal Ascension world have a method of rapidly cultivating paragons. In that case, they'll be able to recuperate their loss of upper echelon fighters and last longer in the catastrophe. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts. He then muttered, I wonder how little June and Linger are doing in the lower dimension. It's been a while and he thought of them. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the time to be nostalgic and reined in his thoughts. Just as he was about to close his eyes to recuperate from the battle with Time Eater, Matriarch Xie sent him a talisman about a matter that may be urgent, so she summoned him. What's the matter? A devil loose cultivator slaughtered a small mortal dynasty at the far end of our territory, Xie reported. Is something wrong with the cultivator? After receiving the news, I felt something was wrong and investigated. I discovered an almost disappearing trace of incense in their soul. You think this is the Divine Faith Haven's retribution for what I did to them? Wang Wei asked. The proof is almost non-existent, but it looks like it's the case. Wang Wei ran his hand through his head as he mulled over these words. They only sent an Empyrean to the seal, correct? He remembered that the Divine Faith Haven's participant tried her best to remain inconspicuous among all these paragons. Yes. Although she brought a paragon artifact, she was indeed just an Empyrean. Spread a rumor that their faction has secretly surrendered to the enemy, and is working in secret to destroy any plan involving eliminating the lock. That's why they didn't send a paragon, Wang Wei ordered. What's the point of that? They can wash away their name as long as they reveal they had no active paragon, Xie asked. Such an admission will embarrass them slightly, but it won't affect them in any meaningful manner. These loose cultivators are restless after acquiring power. They also know there is an intense power vacuum with the disappearance of the ancestors, and it won't be long before things return to normal once the lock is gone. They need to take advantage of the situation before it's too late. So what do you think they will do after hearing the Divine Faith Haven admitting they had no paragons? Even if they don't admit it, the rumors are enough to embolden them, Wang Wei explained. He understood why Tong Ruobing destroyed the Southern Chu dynasty, and why she did it in such a public and grandiose manner. The weaker overlords have a higher chance of being attacked, and Wang Wei's actions are just to give them a target. I understand, Xie said before bowing down and disappearing into the shadows. Wang Wei proceeded with his recuperation. Most of his injuries were minor due to the protection of the unsoiled body pill, but his soul was heavily drained and burdened, so he needed to alleviate the issue. It took a few pills and 250,000 years, but he finally returned to peak. After exiting his retreat, Wang Wei swiftly learned of what happened during his absence. Cong became bolder after realizing Wang Wei was not paying attention to him. About 50,000 years ago, a group of cultivators invaded the Divine Faith Haven, and successfully retreated with one person severely injured, and the others with minor injuries. Their attempt appeared unsuccessful, but the idea that they escaped from one of the overlords emboldened the other loose cultivators, prompting them to start testing other factions. Over the past 50,000 years, more incidents have occurred worldwide as the loose cultivators' actions had domino-like effects, affecting everyone else. Wang Wei did not focus too much on these affairs. Instead, he summoned Wrath. Are you ready? I am, Wrath nodded. And you know the risk? Don't worry about me, she reassured. Good, let's get started. Wrath activated the power of nothingness, becoming invisible. Then, she shrunk herself to be smaller than a quark before attaching herself to Wang Wei. Wang Wei found Yu Kai to get another unsoiled body pill before heading to get the fourth piece for his plan. The primogenitor devil's broken transcendent artifact. He sent a request for his visit before teleporting to the Heavenly Serpent Empress domain, waiting for an answer to the request. The most popular area of this domain was the City of Sin, which was called a city despite being an entire world, and also the primary residing area of the Heavenly Serpent Empress. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, his senses saw a world of pink due to all the intense emotional and lustful aura/energy of this place. He understood why people describe this place as where one can experience the most beautiful or vile form of pleasure the mind can concoct. As Wang Wei slowly visited this city, he could not describe what he saw. He thought he was pretty open-minded as a modern person, but what he saw challenged this notion. Even without the internet, people were sexual deviants, and adding cultivators' godly power is a recipe for disaster. In one corner of the street, he saw a young couple sweet-talking with each other by making poems, but after walking a little distance, He saw people partaking in blatant sexual activities. Some were flying in the air, others were transforming into different animals and races to test out possibilities. Not far from this area, a young emperor watched his partner enthralled in the passion of love with a flame elemental creature. Wang Wei only knew they were partners because the woman kept asking excitedly, "Husband, can you see me?" And the young man kept nodding with a grin on his face. Sir, wait up." Someone yelled at him to stop him. "You look like someone who understands pleasure derived from pain. Are you interested in visiting our lustful torture inn? You can inflict the pain, or have someone else inflict it on you. The choice is yours, but if you do choose the former, you sign a contract not to kill our girls. We've spent a lot of resources training them. Of course, it won't matter if you bring your own partner. BDSM in the cultivation world? I've officially seen it all," Wang Wei thought speechlessly to himself. "No thank you." "Are you sure?" the man asked, looking at him strangely. Wang Wei walked away, thinking what it said about him that this man thought he was this kind of person. Well, he knew what kind of person he was, so it didn't really matter. "I should bring Hunger here one day," Wang Wei thought as he walked away. "Unlike me, she's not too into public displays of affection, so she'll probably reject the offer. However, I may be able to convince her to recreate this place. We can use clones to reenact all these vile things. That should be an experience." Wang Wei could not help smiling as he thought about this future. He had to find a regular in to rest because he had never received news from the Empress. On the contrary, he had to wait 10 days before someone contacted him. A power play, huh? Wang Wei thought. Such blatant disrespect has revealed much, and it appeared the meeting was starting on a bad leg. He calmly looked at the woman before him. "What did you say your name was again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1488 An Uncomfortable Meeting. "You can call me Madam Shun," said a beautiful woman with bodacious curves. She did not fit the mold of the typical beauty of the cultivation, which favors thin women with pale skin. She was not fat. Instead, she was developed in all the parts that mattered. Wang Wei looked at her up and down before focusing on her tight clothes. If Li Jun was here, he would say he envied her robe, he thought. "Madam Shun, it's a pleasure to see you finally. I'm sorry for the delay, but Her Majesty was occupied with something important, and we had to cut off contact with the outside," Madam Shun said with a wide smile that showed all her white teeth. "To compensate for our mistake, we will offer you a 1,000,000-year free pass to the City of Sin," Madam Shun continued. The City of Sin was where people could experience their wildest desires without judgment. For many cultivators who are bored with their endless life or cultivators who use lust and depravity as their cultivation source, this place is a heaven. However, it is not free. On the contrary, most ordinary cultivators cannot afford a 1-year stay in this place. So a pass for 1,000,000 years was considered a great reward. "I'll accept the compensation," Wang Wei nodded, and he immediately detected surprise from Madam Shun's eyes. "Not expecting me to accept? I must admit, I didn't. Most outsiders who came here find this place disgusting, even though many visit secretly under different names and appearances," Madam Shun admitted. "I'm not the type of person to refuse something valuable offered to me. Plus, even if I don't use it myself, I'm sure I can exchange it for a hefty price if I found the right user," Wang Wei explained. "As you wish." Madam Shun handed him a token with the character for 1,000,000 before waving her hand to manifest a blue portal. "Now follow me, the Empress is waiting for you." Wang Wei slowly stood up to walk through the portal. He found himself in this large dynasty-esque palace with numerous people walking in and out. The first thing he noticed was the perfect balance of woman and man. In most palaces, women are servants and are rare and few, but in this place it was an ideal balance. However, Wang Wei noticed that all the people in eunuch uniforms were men. Throughout history, eunuchs were forced to be neutered to destroy their legitimacy at the throne in case they usurped it, and to prevent them from secretly sleeping with the emperor's wives and concubines. Is that why she chose only men? She didn't want anyone tempting her husbands and concubines? This heavenly serpent empress is a character, Wang Wei thought as he followed Madame Shun to somewhere deep in the palace. He noticed the color palette of this palace was purple. Is her favorite color also purple? If so, maybe I can use that as a conversation starter, Wang Wei thought. The walk lasted only 5 minutes, but they soon arrived. Madame Shun pointed to a room, and Wang Wei gave him a strange look. He only entered after she nodded. A woman lay on a bed surrounded by black transparent drapes. A small table with food and wine was strategically placed about 5 meters from the bed. The Heavenly Serpent Empress slowly exited the bed, revealing her long legs and jade skin. If Wang Wei did not have incredible willpower, his nose would have immediately started bleeding. The Empress was not wearing a hanfu, but what could be described as a barely transparent red sleeping dress, made of unknown silk with floating appendages. Her black nail polish, red clothes, and purple hair with black tips somehow perfectly matched to elevate her unearthly beauty and unworldly sexiness. Wang Wei did not shy from looking, but while he was enjoying the view, he was also observing. As expected, there is a slight transcendent power protecting her. No, it seems to be hiding her true strength. You won't even hide the fact you're peeping? The Heavenly Serpent Empress asked. If your Majesty is willing to show, I'm willing to watch and appreciate it. Bold, aren't you? She chuckled. So I've been told. The way you looked at me, the Heavenly Serpent Empress said, her eyes and mouth appearing to be smiling. It's almost as if you can see through my clothes. I tend to have this effect on people, especially women, so please don't mind, Wang Wei replied. Bold and funny, aren't you something? She smiled charmingly. Tell me, are you also daring? I'd like to think I am. Then show me. Come to me and boldly rip my clothes before letting your instinct dictate what comes next. Wang Wei's mouth opened for a few seconds as he stared motionlessly. He smiled wryly. As tempting as that is, I'm afraid I have to decline the offer. So you're not as daring as you claim? Maybe not to this extent. The Heavenly Serpent Empress' eyes became more tender. A man who can admit his fault? I'm liking you even more. Come sit and let's talk. Wang Wei accepted her offer and sat at the dining table. The Heavenly Serpent Empress poured him some wine before filling her cup. You're Wang Wei, right? That's right, Your Majesty, Wang Wei nodded. Don't be so informal. Call me Si Meihui, better yet, call me Huier, she replied in a gentle voice. I thought her name was Lu Chuntao. Is she trying to hide her identity from the old era? Or does she have the knack of changing her name every so often? Wang Wei thought. I wouldn't dare call you so intimately, so how about we compromise and I call you Lady C? Lady C, huh? I've never been called that. I think I like it, she replied before sipping her wine. So Wire, what do you think of my kingdom of sin? Wang Wei's lips twitched. Can this woman be more shameless? Regardless of his thoughts, he still responded. It's a great idea. So many cultivators are sexually repressed, so I'm glad there is a safe space for them to explore their fantasies. Otherwise, heaven knows what these people would do. This has been one of my objectives from the beginning, but everyone else looked down on him, and some of these scholars even tried to label me as a devil cultivator. The Heavenly Serpent Empress smiled. I'm glad we think alike. The literary way has done irreparable damage to the world's culture and development. Wang Wei nodded. Confucianism has fundamentally dictated China's cultural identity for thousands of years, and in this world, the literary way did the same thing. It seems you get it, the Heavenly Serpent Empress replied as she gently moved her hair behind her ears. Back to the topic. Is there something that caught your eye during your visit? Something you would maybe want to try? Wang Wei sipped his tea while cursing his life and existence. This conversation is any protagonist's wet dream, but he has to control himself because of an undetermined relationship. I feel so aggrieved. He mentally slaps himself. Come on, Wang Wei, your mother raised you better than that. Controlling yourself and not cheating is the bare minimum in a relationship. There are quite a few things that intrigued me, Wang Wei replied. I'm hoping to convince my wife to try them. Oh, and do you think it will work? The Heavenly Serpent Empress asked with a slight smirk on the corner of her mouth. Although she's not open to trying almost everything as I am, she's pretty open-minded and experimental. So I like my odds. Pretty open-minded, you say? Is she open enough for another woman to join your bedroom? she asked while looking him in the eyes and slowly sipping her wine, ensuring her creamy tongue was on display. She's pretty rigid about that kind of thing, Wang Wei hurriedly said. She's even willing to go to extreme lengths to prevent me from getting with other women. Aren't you the man of your relationship? Can't you just order her to do it? The Heavenly Serpent Empress insisted. Sadly, she's the one wearing the pants in the relationship. I'm working hard to regain my manhood, but I still have a long way to go, Wang Wei admitted with pure eyes, making the Heavenly Serpent Empress body paused. She chuckled with an angelic voice before saying, I don't know whether I should look at you with disdain or respect for admitting this. I think you should respect it. After all, honesty is the best way to live life, Wang Wei replied. If only that were true, the Heavenly Serpent Empress sighed. It appears you're not interested in a wonderful night of passion with me. It's your loss since it would have been the most memorable night of your life. I'm sure it would have been. Tell me, why are you here? The Heavenly Serpent Empress said while looking at him directly as her eyes turned reptilian. However, her allure was gone, replaced by the majesty of a terrifying ruler. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1489 Negotiation. Here it comes, Wang Wei thought, feeling a headache coming. In his short conversation with the Heavenly Empress Serpent, he could tell what kind of person she was: unpredictable. She does not follow societal norms and can change her mood, as if she were changing her clothes. Crazy people and her kind are the two types that Wang Wei least likes to deal with since it's challenging to map out their behaviors. I'm here for the primogenitor devil's weapon, Wang Wei revealed, and the atmosphere immediately became even more tense. I had a feeling this would be the case, the Empress replied. It is the last key to remove the lock, so I must get it. However, I understand this is your property, so I promise to return it upon succeeding my goal, Wang Wei explained. How do you know it's in my hands? She asked. She has kept that secret for countless yuan epochs and even hid the weapon from the two sons. So how did this little brat know about it? Wang Wei thought about how to answer. I met the primogenitor in the lower dimension. After promising to save the remaining members of his clan, he told me about it. Isn't he dead? Oh, it should be an obsession, the Empress nodded. Your Highness, what's on your mind? Wang Wei asked. Now that it's business, I'm no longer Lady C. Si Meihui rolled her eyes, making Wang Wei roll his eyes. Who was the one who made the atmosphere tense and stiff? Sadly, he had to control himself and retain his business smile. Well, unfortunately for you, I can't do that. Why not? I believe everyone, including you, does not want to live forever in this cage, right? Wang Wei asked. You have a point, but my answer remains the same. Lady C, be reasonable. The lock's destruction will benefit everyone, including you. If you give the weapon, Heavenly Tao will reward you with purple merit. Reasonable? Why does everyone want me to be reasonable? Does it look like I want to be sensible? I go out of my way not to be reasonable, she snapped back. Wang Wei could see the madness seep through as her nail elongated and her hair dancing behind her like living snakes. What you're saying is you purposely act unreasonable. It sounds like you allow other people's view or criticism to affect how you behave, Wang Wei swiftly said. Si Meihui's pupil dilated, her snake hair paused, and her aura diminished slightly. The state lasted a few seconds before she suddenly smiled, acting like the previous volatile state was someone else. I guess I never thought about that. You're right. I can be reasonable. I'm glad to hear this. I promise to return the weapon and willing to sign a binding agreement, Wang Wei said as his body relaxed a little. Come back in about 500,000 yuan epoch, Si Meihui nodded. Pardon me. Come back in 500,000 yuan epoch and I'll lend you the weapon, she uttered, almost making Wang Wei lose his composure. He controlled the urge to call and ask if she was mad. Do you understand the consequences of waiting for so long? All the advantages we have so far will be gone. 250,000 yuan epoch is enough time for that bastard to recuperate and concoct another fucked up plan. By then, we will all be doomed. You are underestimating the people of the world. Si Meihui replied while dismissively waving her hand. The world will suffer, true, but we will survive and become stronger afterward. Wang Wei glanced at her, realizing she truly believes these words. He did not know whether she was stupid or too confident in the members of her generation. Why does she want to wait so long? Could this be the time needed to reach the half-step transcendent realm? It's unlikely since she took the primogenitor devil's descendant to use their blood to control the weapon. The greater possibility is she needs time to completely wash away the primogenitor's mark and gain absolute control. It's good you have this level of faith, but I can't take the risk, Wang Wei stated. So the weapon must leave with me. And how are you going to take it? Si Meihui said, looking him in the eyes. I can tell that no amount of words will convince you, Wang Wei said. He had plenty more words of persuasion, including blackmail by revealing to the world the weapon was in her hands, or other threats. However, he knew all of this would be pointless. So he swallowed the remaining wine in his cup. So let's decide this with our fist. Fighting and slaughter are primitive concepts that we should have long evolved past. But they've become one of the fundamental truths of our society, Si Meihui said as her eyes turned into a serpent, and her nail polish turned red. Let's find an isolated place for this fight, Wang Wei suggested. And give up my advantage, she sneered as countless magic circles appeared above the sky. Wang Wei calmly looked at the array above him. If you don't want to lose everything you've worked for, I suggest you accept my proposal. What does that mean? Si Meihui asked. Before coming here, I told my sect that in 2 hours, if I don't return, contact them, or be seen fighting somewhere, they should bring more than 1,000 Paragon artifacts to destroy everything in this domain. Your palace is the core of your formation, so it should survive the bombardment. But it's hard to say about your little kingdom of sin. Si Meihui looked at him before slowly licking her luscious lips. Your ability to switch from a diplomat to a cold and calculating murderer is so seductive beyond words could describe. It's one of the many things my wife found attractive about me. Wang Wei replied calmly as he slowly stood up. She's a lucky lady. But it doesn't matter. Once I defeat you, you will be my spoil, Si Meihui said. If you want to seek your death, go ahead. The Empress chuckled. Choose your battlefield. Wang Wei did not hesitate and opened a portal to a desolate star field. A few seconds later, the Empress followed him, but she was now completely different. Her nightdress was gone, replaced by a green outfit. Of course, Si Meihui did not wear regular female armor, but one with a skirt and revealed too much skin. Such armor would usually be impractical, but with the proper refining technique, those exposed areas have the same level of protection, invisible shields, as anywhere else. That aura, Wang Wei analyzed. Is that Earth Dao? It's been a while since I had a decent battle. Don't disappoint me, young lover, she uttered as a trident materialized in her hand. She raised it above her shoulder before throwing it. Wang Wei immediately felt a terrifying pressure looming over his head. The trident was fast, and before Wang Wei could barely react, it had reached his destination. With no other choice, he raised his hand to catch it, resulting in him flying into the distance, crashing into countless planets, stars, and gas giants. The weight and density of the trident were too much. How strong is Wang Wei? When he was a young mortal, he used to carry planets and stars as a way to cultivate his body. And at this stage, his strength cannot be comprehended by the mortal mind. Yet this trident was too heavy for him. The weight of the earth, Wang Wei thought as he finally stopped the trident. This attack was not based on her strength or accomplishment in the realm of body refining. Si Meihui's technique allowed her to use the weight of the eternal ascension world, which can be described as a finitely expanding world created by fusing countless other infinitely expanding worlds. Swish. Si Meihui appeared at the end of the trident and punched him with a rock fist encasing her hand. Wang Wei raised his hand to materialize a yin-yang symbol, using its power to divert the strength from the attack. A booming sound echoed between heaven and earth, resulting in countless planets, suns, systems, and galaxies turning into cosmic dust due to the force and vibration of the attack. Most of the redirected attack was toward Si Meihui, but she casually absorbed the force and vibration before pulling the trident from Wang Wei's hands and stabbing him. Her attack released an earthquake of unparalleled magnitude, creating void tears in the surroundings. Luckily, this part of the star field was now an empty zone after the previous attack. Wang Wei was ready for an attack and reacted swiftly by teleporting out of range. Si Meihui followed him like a hunter that had found her prey, but before she could attack, he said something that stopped her. Wait. What? Are you surrendering so soon? The Empress asked with rage written all over her face. You're not Si Meihui, are you? Wang Wei asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1490 Reality Check. Unedited chapter. Si Meihui paused briefly before smiling at him. Who am I if not Si Meihui? You're the Serpent Boulder Empress, Li Chuntao, but that's not your only identity, right? Wang Wei asked. Keep going. Her smile intensified. You're probably one of the most unique cultivators I have seen, Wang Wei commented. The Heaven Nether Serpent is an extinct ancient primordial life form that should have been on par with fiend gods. It's one of the few ways someone can instantly re-establish their foundation, rewalk the eternal path, or change their Tao, as its blessing allows a cultivator to experience a unique form of samsara similar to rest without any punishment or side effect. You must have found a remnant of the heavenly Nether Serpent and combined it with your 9-serpent monarch bloodline. You've even noticed that. I met someone with the 9-serpent monarch bloodline, so I'm familiar with it, Wang Wei replied. He had secretly observed and studied Yi Dafa's wife, the noble serpent empress in the lower dimension. What else did you see? Lu Chuntao asked, her smile remaining the same. The way you perfectly combine these powers is brilliant. You use the concept that names have power and cultivated name Tao. Each name you choose is a different personality, individual life experience, and unique Tao created from the unique samsara of the heavenly Nether Serpent. You also choose a unique bloodline. Lu Chuntao was created from the primordial Earth Serpent and uses Earth Tao. Si Meihui should be the personality who has cultivated the Lust Tao. If I guess correctly, she should have the primal Lust Serpent bloodline from the 6 Desires 7 Emotions Serpent family. You were able to learn and deduce all of this in just a few seconds of battle? Your brilliant mind makes me want you even more, Li Chuntao said with burning eyes of passion. Unfortunately for you, your attempt at stalling and secretly trying to influence my soul to a more agreeable personality is pointless. They are all me, and I am them. They are not different personalities, but more like alternative versions of myself with one mind and serve one purpose. Well, I had to try, Wang Wei sighed. Assuming she was a primal paragon, he could not approach this battle as he did the others. So without hesitation he popped the unsoiled body pill and summoned the weapon the blacksmith flame and the poison demoness made for him, a purple spear. Additionally, he also connected to his grand constructs, Source Chi Space, Samsara, River of Time, and River of Fate. So, you want to get serious, huh? Fine by me, Li Chuntao said as her body changed. Her armor changed into a proper black robe. Her trident turned into a saber, and her eyes released lightning. How about I let Leia Huang play with you? She chuckled. She disappeared, leaving a trail of lightning in her path. As soon as Leia Huang reached Wang Wei, she slashed her saber with unparalleled force, forcing him to hold his spear with both hands to block her. His body was forced a few meters into the sky, but he held on. The devouring lightning serpent bloodline, Wang Wei complained. It was another primordial life form born in primordial chaos, with the power of primordial lightning, and a bit of devouring Tao. With that one attack, Wang Wei felt a bit of strength was devoured, weakening him slightly. Is this the strength of a primal? He thought. He noticed that Leia Huang did not need to manually connect to other grand constructs like him. It was natural for her. Additionally, while he had a connection to 4, she only had access to 2, primordial chaos and the grand Tao source. Lei Wang's way of acting was that of a saberman, aggressive. As soon as Wang Wei was on the defensive, she took advantage of the momentum. Wang Wei had learned from the first clash and drastically increased his speed and reaction time by replacing his nerves with strings from the River of Fate. So when the saber reached him, he had plenty of time to release his attack, Domain of Death. Unfortunately for him, Lei Wang's purple lightning tore apart the pseudo-death world he encased her with. Wang Wei stabbed the spear, timing his attack to match perfect for when Lei Huang leaves the domain. He wanted to place a shackle of fate on her bloodline, restricting access to others and limiting the current one. Unfortunately for him, a serpent head materialized around her and swallowed his chains. Lei Huang then made a grabbing motion, and Wang Wei lost control over his body and flew toward her. What the hell? Electromagnetism? He immediately realized her attack worked similarly by resonating with the electro-impulses in his body and controlling them. However, primordial lightning functioned more as a pure destructive force, meaning she would need subtle control and application to achieve such a feat. More importantly, she easily bypasses all of the defenses of Wang Wei's fleshly body. Wang Wei pushed his space Dao to the limit as he tried to escape this grasping technique, but it was useless. Lei Huang punched him in the stomach, sending him flying away. However, before he could fly far, he sent his spear toward her using one of his most potent attacks. Fate of Dao, pure destruction. Inspired by Tian Xian, he created this superb technique by using his Fate Dao to control the destruction Dao. Then he added all his other Dao to the power of destruction, using the chaotic mix as a form of destruction to boost it. Lei Huang raised her hand to block the attack. Her skin was protected by a thin film of dense lightning acting as armor. They confronted each other for a few seconds before Lei Huang was the winner. She caught the spear before checking her palm, smiling at the small amount of blood. You're not bad. Although your cultivation is only 95%, you've developed many pseudo-unique skills, a pseudo-unique Dao will skill, and your ability to protect your chronospirit has also reached the threshold, she commented. There are 3 basic requirements for someone to become a primal paragon. The first one is a unique skill or technique that can instantly kill a peak paragon. In other words, killing them in one strike. The second requirement is a unique Dao will skill that can remain unremovable inside a peak paragon's body for at least 10 minutes to facilitate their easy death. Lastly, a primal paragon must be able to find the time mark of a peak paragon within 24 hours of their death to eradicate them completely. Once all the requirements are met, the paragon will receive a blessing from heaven and earth to establish their status and give them certain benefits. Of course, all these requirements are the bare minimum to become a primal. There is a difference between primals. Things like how many unique skills they have, how they use them, and their control over grand constructs determine how powerful they are when they face each other. Unfortunately, you have too many weaknesses. Lei Huang shook her head. Your soul is incomplete, meaning you'll be drained after using such potent techniques. And even if your soul was complete, without the nourishment from heaven and earth for the primal title, you probably couldn't use more than 10 attacks. The unsoiled body pill can only protect you for a few more minutes against my true will. And while you're excellent at protecting your time mark, you're still far away from mastering a unique technique at finding others. The spear is a primal artifact and should have boosted your techniques, but it's obvious you're not used to using weapons to fight, preventing you from using its full power. Little boy, you're no match for even an ordinary primal paragon, let alone me. Lei Huang admitted she was a late bloomer. She became a primal near the end of the Second Origin War, and hid the truth to protect herself. However, her time during the Seven Moon era immensely benefited her. While her cultivation had reduced in the early stages, she experienced her last samsara, and used this opportunity to build a personality dedicated to creating unique techniques to increase her strength among primals. Wang Wei looked at the spear. The flame blacksmith is nowhere near the level of building such a weapon, but he succeeded with the nourishing power from the trial. However, Lei Wang's words were correct, at least partially. And one more thing, Lei Huang said gleefully. Did you really think you could poison me? Her robe changed to a dark green, and her lipstick and nail polish changed from a light pink to dark purple. Lei Huang, or no, now the poison consort, opened her mouth to swallow the invisible and undetectable poison in her body and the surroundings. Whoever made this poison is talented, but their cultivation is weak and relies on foreign forces to boost its potency. Unfortunately, their understanding of that foreign force is also limited. Wang Wei sighed. He could admit he now had an understanding of how powerful primal paragons were. Let's hope Plan B works. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1491 Plan C? Wang Wei could feel it. His breathing was laborious, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a few parts of his body ached. His body was acting as if he were immortal. Only one attack, and I'm already breathing heavily, he sighed. His attack was powerful, and in the battle with Time Eater, he could use a few of them. But now, after being boosted by the primal artifact, he already felt drained. She's right. Without becoming a true primal, using such a power is too much of a burden on my soul. After experiencing the nourishment of heaven and earth, a primal paragon's soul will be optimized, allowing them to use their unique/ultimate technique with as little burden as possible on their souls. Wang Wei looked at the poison consort, and the playful nature in her eyes almost riled him up. However, he controlled himself. Since the enemy wanted to play around and give him a chance to come on top, he would take it. He raised the spear and pointed it at his forehead. The artifact fused with his body, and his aura increased exponentially. Wang Wei clenched his hand, feeling the power coursing through his veins. He looked at the poison consort and punched. The attack was simple, with no lights, no manipulation of concepts, just a punch. However, the power was beyond what a mortal mind could fathom. Under that single punch, the stars dimmed, the galaxies shrank, space-time bent into a singularity, the laws of heaven and earth creaked in pain as if reality itself was screaming. Finally, fate lost its power for a brief moment under the power of that punch. The poison consort smiled as she watched the attack reach her. Your strength finally reached that level. She exploded into a purple gas cloud, forcing Wang Wei to move out of the way. However, as soon as he arrived at his destination, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. What a potent poison, he thought before using the power of nothingness inside his body to swallow the poison. Meanwhile, the poison consort appeared a few light years away from him, but she wore the previous armor. In other words, she had now switched to the Li Chuntao personality. Wang Wei teleported before her and kicked her. He controlled every atom in his body and used his grandma's wheel to create a universe inside the atoms. He burned these universes to power his attack. Li Chuntao encased her body in rocks before turning her trident into a shield, blocking the punch. Lu Chuntao's body slid in the air, her footsteps creating void cracks in the process. Wang Wei's eyes lit up before firing a heat vision attack. Li Chuntao raised her shield to block, but this attack was blessed by Freedom Dao, and it was free from any defense or blockade. So the heat passed through the shield to hit Li Chuntao's head. Sadly, it did no damage. She was connected to the death, and Wang Wei's attack was akin to him trying to destroy all the soil, mountains, or earth of most of the Eternal Ascension world. Damn it, he cursed. He realized she chose this persona because it had the highest defense, and the Empress wanted to wait until he was tired to capture him. Wang Wei used his 2 fingers as a blade, blessing it with his Karma Dao to cut off the connection between Li Chuntao and the earth. Unfortunately, he had to experience the mental torture of fighting a master of defense. Wang Wei's attack hit the connection, but even that connection had a terrifying defensive measure protecting it. Although you hide it very well, I can feel your frustration, Li Chuntao giggled. Wang Wei ignored her as he summoned countless strings of fate, trying to strangle her. His strings entangled her, but it did nothing. Li Chuntao became as sturdy and unchangeable as the earth, to the point that even fate could not affect her. Wang Wei could feel the strength rapidly sapping out of his body, meaning he had to finish this as fast as possible, or find a way to buy him more time. How long do you need? He asked. Sorry, there is some complication, so I need a little longer. Wang Wei did not show any expression, but he was not in a good mood. Despite his best effort, he greatly underestimated the strength of a primal paragon, and now, Plan B was delayed. He exhaled, thinking of his next move. The answer came to him immediately, and he stopped attacking. What? Already tired? Li Chuntao asked, but Wang Wei did not answer. Instead, he took out a few soul-replenishing pills and tried to swallow them. Not on my watch, Li Chuntao said as she instantly teleported before him. She attacked him with the shield, not caring that it was a defensive weapon. However, Wang Wei was only baiting her. As soon as she came close, his body released a terrifying level of power of nothingness, annihilating everything in its path. She's too quick, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. At the last minute, a burst of lightning surrounded the Empress, and she moved away from the center of the attack. Although it touched her a bit, it was nothing for her. Boundless paragons are better than regular paragons because of their passive defense and regenerative ability. Because of the eternal characteristics in their existence, boundless paragons heal faster from normal injuries, and they have a higher immunity to Dowel attacks, making it harder for these things to penetrate or stay inside them. And if the boundless paragon happens also to be body refining, these abilities are further amplified. As such, Li Chuntao's injury was healed instantly after removing Wang Wei's true will and cutting off the part of her body connected to the nothingness power. Wang Wei looked at the Empress, who had switched to the Si Meihui personality. Her eyes and red luscious lips oozed lust and passion. And with one glance, Wang Wei's spirit was ensnared as he found himself in a harem of beauties that all looked like Si Meihui. She went for my weakness, he thought. His soul was weak compared to hers, so she immediately targeted it. Wang Wei did not hesitate what he learned in his training with his wife and from the trial, protecting his soul. He successfully blocked her power of lust, but his spirit could not escape this illusion. The world favors balance and cycles. Wang Wei spent all his life bullying others with his powerful soul, and now, it was his turn to be bullied. Your plan is useless, Si Meihui said with a gentle smile. What? Wang Wei asked. What you don't know is that Mo Yuan was only a peak paragon when he started his grand war of unification. The spirit imprint and backhand methods he left on the artifact are only powerful because of the artifact itself, not because of him, she explained, her eyes not hiding the playfulness. After all these years, although I haven't removed them due to the artifact's power and nature, I've sealed all of Mo Yuan's power. So, even if he were to revive, he could not take back control from me. Wang Wei stared at her. What? Feeling despair that your plan will fail? What do you think? Wang Wei asked. Yes, only lesser men will feel despair during times of failure or stress. And you, Wang Wei, is the farthest thing from a lesser man. So, what's your next plan? If you don't have another way out, you should accept your fate as my new concubine, Si Meihui said while batting her eyelashes. Wang Wei looked at her. He had a plan C, but that was a last resort with too many possibilities for something to go wrong. He really did not want to use it. That's why he tried the diplomatic first, followed by battle, and wrath was his last assurance. There is no point in hesitating now, Wang Wei thought as he prepared to summon from his space ring. However, before he could move, a terrifying consciousness descended in this spiritual space, shattering it and freeing him in the process. Wang Wei recognized that consciousness, so he only showed a slight surprise. However, Si Meihui had an ugly expression on her face. Methria, why are you meddling in people's affairs? Si Meihui yelled. A deep sigh echoed in the void, followed by a voice with the natural ability to calm down the mind. Li Chuntao, you are wise, so why are you acting like this? Give him the artifact, and I guarantee, in my name and honor, he'll return it to you. Si Meihui looked at the sky with gritted teeth. If it were just Methria's vessel, she was confident she could deal with it using the small amount of power she could use from the artifact. However, Si Meihui knew she had no chance if the real body showed up and used her power. Fine, but I want a guarantee, she replied before waving her hand to teleport someone wrapped in chains. Shall remain with me until the sword is returned. Wang Wei looked at the captured wrath and his lips twitched. What do you say? Methria asked. All right, Wang Wei sighed. You can't. Wrath yelled. What choice do I have? Wang Wei asked. You promised to protect me. Are you breaking your words? I promised to do my best, and that's what I have done, Wang Wei replied. And aren't you safe? Don't you understand what's at stake? Wang Wei asked, wondering what had happened to her. In the lower dimension, she was so mature and wise, but ever since ascending, ever since she had successfully fulfilled her mission to protect and revive the devil race, she had lost all that maturity and wisdom. Are you really going to hand me over? Wrath asked. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes and understood what was happening. After freeing herself from her duty, her mentality revived to a childlike state when she was with her master, the primogenitor devil. But he was gone, and Wrath wanted someone else to take that role. Someone else to make her feel the previous sense of security. So she chose the most powerful and reliable person she knew, Wang Wei. It also helped that he had made a promise to her previous master. Unfortunately for her, Wang Wei was not the primogenitor devil. Do we have a deal? Wang Wei asked Si Meihui, who giggled as she looked at both of them. No problem. She waved her hand and a black orb materialized in Wang Wei's palm. Si Meihui took one last look at them before teleporting with Wrath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.